What about to tell you, dog? All right, that's PNG tuber test. Can you not hear me? Is my microphone not working? PNG tuber is not picking up my microphone for some reason. Damn, ad, you gotta get him ad already. Shit. Test. PNG tuber. Why are you not picking up my microphone? How about now? Still not working. Can you maybe hear me in chat? Okay, now it's working. Weird. What the fuck? Now it's not working. I'm gonna. Your problems, your voice is laggy. Okay, I don't know what that means. Let me glitchy. Okay, I'm gonna restart my mic. Give me a sec. Okay, it should be good now. I hope. I hope it's not being weird. It's being weird on my fucking PNG tuber though. Okay, now it seems fine. Strange. Okay, now it's no longer. Oh yeah, now it's working. Oh yeah, it's perfect. Good. That's great. I'm gonna go take a shit. BRB. What fucking layer am I on right now? Colors, huh? Impressive. It is. I'll be right back. I actually do gotta take a fucking huge shit. Alright. Alright, we're back. We're back. Damn, 10 people are here already. Shit, that's awkward. Alright, give me a second. I gotta drop a little Discord notification. Oh, can't say the same for the hand though. What are you talking about? With the not impressive, brother? I saw your animation. You can't be roasting my ass when you're asking for a critique. I'm a fucking destroy you. Don't bite the hand that feeds NFT. I'm no longer pooping though. All right. Bye bye pooping. Bye bye pooping. I did a little bit more work on it. I cleaned up the first scene basically. There's no shadows on all of them. There's shadows on this one because they're just sort of testing how shadows would look. But I didn't keep all the shadows. Driving me Coco, how you doing? Bachuga, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'll gladly get destroyed. All right. All right. We don't gotta get weird about it. But yeah, I did the cleanup on the first little shot here. I still got to do the cleanup on the rest of it. I'm torn between doing cleanup on scene 2 and and just doing a new animation. Actually, I gotta disable one sec. I gotta check something. Give me a second here. Give me a second here. I gotta get rid of clip for 2 seconds. Okay. 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 What up, Glad? How you doing, big dog? Welcome in, welcome in. We're working on the animation still. How was stream? How was stream, Glad? Did you have fun doing your little Valley Girl accent? Glad's butt is asleep, so we raiding. Damn, you guys came here to wake up Glad's ass. Very nice. I appreciate it. Well, look, Glad, if I can help your ass out in any way, let me know. I appreciate the raid. If you want to share what you were working on, I mean, I know what you were working on, but if you want to share, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we gonna just be doing more animation cleanup. I was trying to choreograph like a fight animation on the other tab. I wasn't really feeling it too much though, you know. So I don't know how it's coming. We'll probably have to keep reworking it. I just don't like the choreography right now, but it's hurting so bad. Too lazy. Okay, well, if that's the case, then you know you're more than welcome to just hang out. Let your ass get some blood flow into it. Get some blood in your ass, dude. Crack another DP, another Coca-Cola, and just hang out, I guess, because it's gonna be a very boring animation stream. I feel like animation streams are so boring because they're like there's no immediate payoff to animation streams. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you basically just see me draw the same shit every fucking day for months, and I fight every instinct in me not to go back to illustration, but I do really want to improve my animation this year. So then I'm gonna be just tanking the fucking the boredom. Show me, mines aren't. Right, right. All right, this was the other animation I did. Actually, I'm gonna get rid of Char 2 just because I don't like it. Right now, it's just a little run. It's just a little like sword slash and a run that I haven't really figured out where to go with it yet. I don't really, yeah, I don't really know what to do. Um, part of me feels like I should have just like run off screen and then run back on. I don't know. Snack, I sit on these figures for years. Animation got nothing on my people. That's true. But I feel like your people are there for you, Glad. My people there's no way they're here for me. They're here for what I produce and the free critiques. Guilty. See? I don't know why NFT's here though. All right. NFT, by the way, on your illustration, your drawing, your animation or whatever, I would like you, NFT, from now on to start doing animation scenes that feel complete. You're not completing these. You're like doing a rough. The guy takes two steps and then goes nowhere. Where does he go? Where's the guy go? The camera changes, but it's like, what's the point of that scene? You couldn't put it in like a shot of any kind in some sort of like anime or something, because it's just like it doesn't lead to anything. Try and think more in a storyboard perspective in NFT. Think of you're producing a scene for a thing. What does it start with? What does it end with? What does it hook up with? What does it, like, think of all these things. Because right now it just seems like random moving lines because for the sake of coolness, but that doesn't really work well in an animation pipeline. So think a little bit more professionally, NFT. That would be my feedback to you. Also, the shoe needs some work. I thought it was like a peg leg with like a fucking like Minecraft wood block on the bottom. So try and look at shoes and see how they squash and stretch on runs and things like that. But Alan X, everyone, I have terrible news. Alan X will officially be on the FBI's most wanted poster for embezzling funds from a non-existent company. If you see him, your award will be free pizza from Pizza Hut. Please report him to the FBI as soon as you can. Thank you. You've been embezzling and you're not subscribed? You got all this fucking illegal money and you're not subscribed, Alan X? What the hell? Glad, is he subbed to you? He better be subbed to you, dude. If he's going to be embezzling millions of dollars, enough to make the FBI's most wanted, and he's not subbed to Gladsass, what are you even doing? I'm subbed to Gladsass, and I'm broke as fuck. I'm just a simp, what can I say? Don't think so? Fucked up, dude. Fucked up. What up, Nix? You had a crazy Halloween night. Dude, I had a double Halloween. I had a Halloween with the boys on Friday. I had Halloween with the boys on Friday, and then I had Halloween with the boys and their girlfriends on Saturday. And the one with the boys on Friday, I got fucked up, dude. I got so fucked up at that Halloween thing. I was like, guys, I don't even know if I should say this, but I mean I cleaned it up, so it's whatever. I fucking woke up Saturday morning, like I woke up really late. I woke up at like 11 a.m. I was supposed to stream at noon, right? I like canceled the stream. Actually, I woke up whenever the fuck I sent the stream message that I wasn't going live. 10:30 a.m. Okay, so I was like, that was basically when I woke up. I was still really drunk, and I went to my bathroom, and I pissed all over the floor, dude. I fucking pissed all over the floor in my bathroom. It was terrible. It smelled like piss. I was fucking incredibly drunk still. I was like, I'm not going live right now. Fuck this, dude. I'm so fucked up. And I remember like waking up in the middle of the night because I had to pee. Because I was like frantically chugging water. I'm like, look, I've drank a lot of alcohol. This is not gonna go well for me tomorrow if I don't just pound back a bunch of like water. And so I just drank a bunch of water. So I had to piss really fucking bad in the middle of the night. And I go to pee in the middle of the night. And normally I've trained myself to echolocate the toilet like a fucking bat. Okay, I just walk around, go like clicking or whatever with my little fucking sonar. Okay, and then I find the toilet. And I piss standing up. People tell me, they're like, you should sit when you pee in the middle of the night if you don't want to turn the lights on. And I say, fuck that. I don't do that, okay? I'm a boy with functional legs. I piss standing up always. You will never catch me sitting. And so I was half asleep, incredibly drunk, and I stumbled my way to the toilet. And I'm pissing, and I'm like, I don't hear the water in the toilet right now. Usually you hear like a little sizzling, like the splashing of the water or whatever. And I'm like, this is suspicious. But I'm drunk, so I don't care. I'm like, whatever, And then eventually, I like readjust my aim, and I'm like, I can hear the water. I'm like, okay, good. Okay, we're hitting the mark. And then, why didn't you stop midway then? I don't stop something once I start, Venosa. Okay, I'm a man of determination, and focus and drive. And so eventually I changed my course and I found the toilet water. And I hear the splash of the toilet water. I'm like, good. And I finish pissing and I go back to bed and I think nothing of it. And then I wake up the next morning and there's just like a fucking trail of piss. Like there's piss all over my floor. I think I was just like just fucking shooting it to the side of the toilet for like a solid like 10 seconds. Okay, so there was a lot of piss on my floor. I was incredibly hungover. I had to go live, and I was like, "Fuck this." So I basically sobered up, cleaned up my toilet, and then went out again Saturday night. I didn't drink though, cause like they were all drinking, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm good, guys." I got fucked up last night. I'm good. I don't need to drink tonight. I'll survive. I feel great today though. So yeah, so that was my Halloween night. What were you guys up to? Were you enjoying it with the boys? Oh, so much. I loved it. It was fantastic. Classic. I should have been too, but I didn't go. Piss boy. This is why you sit when you piss. Yeah. I don't like to live life on easy mode, dude. All right. I don't embezzle funds. I don't sit when I piss. Me and you are not the same, Alanix. Just press pause on my piss. Nah. I ate a candy. Hell yeah, dude. I did that too. I drew in my room and watched movies with Glad. Romantic, dude. Hell yeah. Very nice. You missed the spontaneous movie night on your Discord that I hosted by accident. I would have been incredibly fucked up. I would have been saying the most insane shit. It would have probably been for the better that I wasn't there, okay? I got home at like 2:30 in the morning and just like passed out instantly. You went trick-or-treating? I did not go trick-or-treating, but you went trick-or-treating? Very nice. I was planning to go to a party yesterday, but no one was able to show up. Oh, whack, dude. We watched 4 movies. You guys just fucking like vegetated in the Discord voice chat all day watching movies. Based. On Friday, all my colleagues went to a company event, and I'm just alone in the office enjoying the solitude. There is something really, really pleasant about just like a quiet office. You know, I just love a quiet office. It's so nice. May I have everyone's attention? Alan X is still on the run. He's considered armed, but he's not dangerous. Please report him to the proper authorities. To bring him out, offer him free tickets to the New York Knicks games. We really need the public's help. Thank you. Don't talk about sports right now, dude. You're gonna make me think of the fucking Jays last night. Tragic, bro. Canada's cursed. I swear to God. We just can't fucking win any goddamn sports event. Even baseball, bro. It's like, come on. All the way. By the way, Glad is I was totally fucking with you. There's no such thing as the LA Vikings, and it wasn't basketball. It was baseball. But it's okay. When I'm drunk, I just spout slurs and cuss words and compliment everyone. That sounds nice. I think I was just asking my friends like weird would you rather's. I was like boys, like if you were fucking naked or no, sorry, if you were having like sexy time with your lady and or man or whatever. I mean all my boys are straight, but if you were having a sexy time with your ladies, would you rather never like only be able to wear socks? Like every time you have sex, the only thing you can wear is either socks or a t-shirt, and they're both terrible options because I feel like girls can pull off the t-shirt no pants look. It's cute, okay? It's hot even, dare I say. But guys can't they can't pull it off, dude. You just look like fucking Winnie the Pooh. It doesn't work. It's not a look. And socks is also psychotic, so it's like there's no good answer there. I'd probably go with socks because I don't want to be fucking Winnie the Poohing it up, but like anyways, watch me pull it off. All right, cutie. Nobody even told me chat hates me. I know. They were all going along with it. It was so sick. Your chat rules. Glad chat, you guys are awesome. Didn't y'all win the 2019 NBA Finals? I don't fucking know, dude. Basketball doesn't matter to me. Also, is there even a Canadian basketball team? Oh yeah, the Toronto Raptors. Did when did the Toronto Raptors? When did the Toronto Raptors win the championship? 2019. Yeah, you're right, I guess. I guess they did. I just don't care about basketball. I genuinely don't give a fuck about baseball either. The only sport that matters, guys, on planet Earth, okay, is hockey. There's no other sport that matters. And any other sport is secondary to hockey. And that's just the way you should think about it, indefinitely. And if you disagree with me, you're wrong. I'm black, so I just drop N bombs. Base, dude. I cannot do that, unfortunately. My forbidden word. It would just taste too good if I did it, you know. I don't want to get addicted. I mean, I gave you a fun night. You're talking NFT. Please, not the Winnie the Pooh. I'm traumatized from last night's movie. Glad is getting married too. True Glad? To who? Hockey's cool, but the team near where I live is ass. I won't ask you which team it is, but you know that could be a large number of teams. Are you? You're not Canadian, Sid, are you? I feel like you are. I feel like you are. I can't remember. I can't remember where the fuck all you guys live. I gotta get a spreadsheet or something. Start tracking. I won't tell you which team. Good, good. Don't do that. I don't want to know. Unless it's an American team, in which case, you know, fuck American teams. Sorry, guys. I'm a team any Canadian team ish. There are teams I absolutely despise. I won't tell you which because it'll reveal too much. But I heard Glad knows Italian. She knows Valley Girl. I know that for a fact. Tomorrow I'm back to work. Sadly enough. Yeah, you and me both, brother. I really don't want to fucking work tomorrow. I don't want to think about it. Okay, I gotta actually do some fucking cleanup here. Scene 2, let's get it. Scene 2. Where's my Scene 2 folder? Scene 2 cleanup. Okay. I also gotta fucking alcohol wipe my tablet because there's hot sauce on it. Because I don't know how to eat. Give me a second here. I still go watch the game a lot with my friends, but I'm confused with the rules. Hockey rules aren't that complicated. Offside's probably the most complicated one, and icing. Those are probably the two most complicated hockey rules. There's piss on the tablet. No, luckily my penis isn't that big, so it doesn't reach around to the other room, but in another life, maybe. Speaking of, respectable. I'll take that. Okay, I gotta get like a version of this guy out where he's like relatively visible. Ugh. I don't really know where to start because I really did not put a lot of effort into this. I put just like it's just like a ball with squiggly lines. This is gonna be really difficult. Okay, let me. I gotta get like a. I gotta get like a fucking reference here. I think I changed my profile view recently. Yeah, I think this is more the profile view I'm doing. I don't really like the nose on that one. The issue is I never finalized the profile view, so I'm gonna have to like guesstimate it a little bit. We're just gonna go real scribbly with it. Use a pipe next time. Maybe it'll reach then. A piss tube pipe would be crazy, dude. Oh my god, you're actually back? I thought you'd be busy smoking weed and eating ice cream again. I haven't smoked weed since I was like 22. I haven't smoked weed since 2016. Because it was legalized in 2017 and I've never smoked legal weed. I've overdosed myself. Well, I've taken a bunch of edibles by accident, but that's about it. But I've never smoked legal weed. Ain't real, I think. Looking like. Oh, this is gonna be rough, dude. This is gonna be really rough. I should have put way more effort into this shit. Oh my god, Snacks 31? Yeah, I am. I'm an old ass dude. Did it being legal give you the ick? You a rebel, eh? Yeah, that's it. No, I was just my life was fucking going nowhere, so I was like, I should probably quit smoking weed. I was a daily smoker for like years. Like I started smoking weed really really young, and so when I started smoking daily, that lasted a long time. I was a daily smoker from like age 16 to like 22, pretty much like every single day. I'd go in high to work. I was just like I had such a high tolerance, you just like couldn't tell. But yeah, it was like a problem. So I had to fucking cut it out of my life because my life was doing I was doing nothing with my life. And that's sort of like drawing kind of helped me redirect my focus. Because what happened was when I quit smoking weed, all of my hobbies and shit just started to become so lame. It's kind of why I can't really get into anime that much or as easily. A lot of my associations to anime come from my days of being high all the fucking time. So I'd like smoke weed and then watch anime. Um, But the issue with that is that once you sober up, anime is just not that interesting anymore. At least to me, it's not that interesting anymore. But the anime that I used to consume also sort of inspired me to freaking start drawing. I wanted to make a comic. I was like really into Berserk at the time, I think. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a combination of animes that I was like, oh, you know what? I can make a. I want to be a comic guy. I want to make comics. Ugh. My last experience with weed was horrible, and I refuse to touch it ever since. That's me with magic mushrooms, dude. I'm never touching that shit again. You know, I could see you being that age. You always struck me as someone between being youthful and wise. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the wisdom comes from fucking up so much. That's honestly it. I think when you make a lot of mistakes in your life, and you correct course, you sort of gain the eye for identifying like negative behaviors. And so I feel like sometimes if I come off wise, it's probably just because I fucked up a lot more than most of you guys. Probably. I mean, I'm sure some of you guys have fucked up pretty severely compared to me, but just in general. Did you lose an arm? I did not lose an arm. If one could actually draw, hey man, everybody starts somewhere. Just pick it up and start doing it every day. That's what I did. I did that for like a year. I think my the year where I like quit smoking weed was the year where I made the most gains with my art. Other than like maybe last year, I think. But I did like a drastic artistic skill increase just based off of quitting weed. Okay, I'm gonna put on let's put on a playlist of some sort. So we don't have to just keep listening to Amine. Let's see. Daily Mix one. Anime music. Oh, you already know. You already know we're doing it. If one could actually draw, you know who one is? Oh yeah, yeah, it's the guy who made fucking One Punch Man, the web gen guy or web comic guy or whatever. Okay, drawing ahead from this perspective is fucking wild, dude. I'm just gonna rough it out real quick, and then we'll worry about proportions later. Mayana, 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 Mayana. The thing is, I couldn't draw when I started though, so I feel like don't assume that you need like being an artist is not like a fucking. It's not like you're born with it, you know. By the way, would you critique a storyboard? I'm literally just winging it. I mean, I can. I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I don't. I've never like storyboarded, so if I do, I'm gonna be guessing just as much as you are. I might have some understanding just based off having seen storyboards before, like professionally, but I've never done boarding myself. Anime playlist. Yeah, I like his style, not gonna lie. Even if it doesn't make a lot of sense, I like the freedom he has. And there's something really respectable about somebody who's not really like artistically inclined or at the level yet. That's just like, fuck it, dude. I'm gonna do my whole ass project. Was gonna hop in, but now I'm about to ride my bike halfway across town to meet my parents for breakfast. Hope y'all are having a good morning. Oh hell yeah, dude. Alright, well do your thing. Enjoy breakfast, Dizzy. Thanks for popping in. Oh boy, dude, this is gonna be fucking tough. But yeah, Jadu, I'll take a look. Give me a second here. I just want to kind of rough these in. I just want to get a little bit more cleaned up than where it is right now. The goal with this is that I really want to sort of feel like it's like rotating, you know? I don't think I'm gonna be able to do. We're just gonna go real rough with it. Okay, we got a hand here. Only like a sub 5 minute ride in a small town. That's pretty quick. Hey, hi Dave. How you doing, big dog? All right, let me look at Jadu's thing before we move on to other shit. Oh shit, I still have Jadu's thing from last time too. All right. What is this crooked? This is my old one actually. Do not save. Okay. I'm kind of disappointed, dude. I accidentally like fucking didn't save my last thing, and then now it's all fucked up. Furcampsol. What? That is a difficult name to read. Furkin. I'm choking. Shit. I'm good, dude. Furkin, how you doing, big dog? Welcome in, welcome in. Banger. Doing fine. Almost done with some assignments. How are you, big dog? I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Why does my thing say that now? Oh, whatever. You're saying it wrong, Furkin. Furcampsel. How am I supposed to say it? NFT, enlighten me. And while you do that, I'm gonna go over. We're gonna go over freaking fuck. Jadu's critique real quick. Let me pop up. Let me take a little look. Let me take a little look. See what we got here. Jadu. Oh, have you posted in there yet? Oh, okay. Well, let me know when your boards are in there, and I'll go over it. And then for now, we're just gonna keep working on the animation. Where's my onion skin? Where the fuck? I think I gotta go window, and then I gotta go timeline. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, where are we at? I mean, this is gonna look stupid because I have it on every fucking frame. Okay, give me a second here. I gotta make sure it's on the right frames. Yeah, come on. It's supposed to be on. What the fuck? What frame is this supposed to be on? It's correct. 80%. That's good enough. I'll take it. I'd say 70. Yeah, but what do you know, NFT? I'm gonna defer to Firkin. All right. Firkin knows what's up. NFT. Feel free to ignore NFT. In fact, you could be mean to him. It's okay. Oh, I know. Oh, I bet you do. Okay. Why did I? What the fuck? I'm confused as to why my guy's there, but like there's no actual like rough that goes underneath him. Why did I do that? Where's this supposed to be? It's not supposed to be there. Is it supposed to be? Dude, what the fuck? I'm so confused as to why these drawings are here, but I was drawing over like the rough. Which rough did I do? Okay, that one's good. That one should be there. So we'll have that hold for, was it just one frame? 2 frames. We'll get rid of that now. And then this one is supposed to be none of these. That's supposed to go like that. That's supposed to go like that. That's supposed to go like that. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I did on this. Why is this drawing here? I don't get it. All right, I'm there. Catch you guys after. All right, peace, big dog. All right. Okay. Oh, I don't want to rough the second scene, guys. It's gonna be fucking so brutal. Whatever. We gotta do it. It's part of the game, you know. First shot's gonna be over here. So I think we're gonna see like the top of his head in this one. Because I think I'm doing kind of a camera. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just kind of guessing right now, but my hunch is we're doing a top down. Okay, so you're not gonna see a whole lot of his face. You're gonna see the top of his ears here. Okay, that's probably it. Not gonna see much beyond that. He's got his hair or whatever, something like that. This sleeve's gonna come up. I gotta remember what the sleeves look like. He's got like little cuffs, something like that. I think the cuffs are a little bit different shape. And then the thumb. The hand's not gonna be beautiful. I'm just getting something down just to make sure I have like it reads, you know? Okay. Next. Actually, I'm gonna skip ahead just so that we can do some in-betweens on these. It's still just kind of like the back of his head here. I think this is like really like the back of his head though. Excusez-moi. Oh my. Okay, actually, I need to. Let me break this out. All right, all right, all right. All right, 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 all right. This is on ones. I think all of these are last ones are on ones here. Knowing me, I think I probably did them all on ones. Okay. And then this goes to the next scene, I think. Yeah, this is the next scene. Okay. So we got, how many drawings do we have to do here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 drawings. All right, this is going to be a lot of fucking drawing. Firkin, you like to animate, big dog? I think this is still going to be 3/4-ish. Get a little bit of hairline in here. I never did animation, but I draw illustrations. Oh hell yeah, dude. Well, you know what's funny? I did illustrations basically all of last year and a little bit of this year, and then as of like 2 weeks ago, I was basically I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna focus on animation this year. But normally I do illustration, so you know sometimes you gotta try new things. I say new, but take that with a grain of salt because animation is not new to me. I've done it before, but I kind of want to build a portfolio to get or put a portfolio together, guys. That's sort of my goal this year. Is I want to get a little animation portfolio so I can pimp myself out to some studios and just see if I can pick up some Nihon style animation. It would be great to work on like a Japanese animation. And I get they make like no money and they're basically slaves. Um, but unfortunately, that's basically what I do with Twitch. So might as well just do that in another domain that gives me a little bit more credibility. Whoa, Cat Snack wants to work in animation. That's correct. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be building an animation portfolio for hand drawn stuff. I have my rigged portfolio. It's very old though, and I don't feel like updating it. So can you hire me when you make your studio? Honestly, Dave, I really like your boards, dude. And if you, Dave, I'll tell you what. And this is like this is a promise, okay? This is not like the other things that I've promised. If you do like a, if you board like a 5 second long, uh, for like fight choreography, and it's nice, I'll animate it. Because I do really like your boards, dude. Like not even joking. And then if I ever put it in a portfolio, I'll make sure you're credited. I'll be like boards by Down Bad Dave. I'll put my Bordusi into a fight choreo. That good boy. Good board, I mean. If you want to work for free, I can hire you. Thanks, Firkin. I mean, look, I'll tell you what, Firkin. I don't know. I don't know much about you. I am looking for projects to sort of help on. I don't know that I want to like hard commit to anything unless it's like particularly interesting. But if you got an idea, I'll take a little look. I won't promise anything. I'm familiar with Dave's work, but if you got a portfolio or something you want to share, I'll take a little look and maybe we can do a little collabing. But I say that very likely. Like the reality is, there's about a 5% chance that that'll actually come to fruition. But I am curious to just look at other people's stuff and ponder the idea of collabing. Right now, my goal is to get a portfolio together because I know Modern Day James is working on a pilot episode for his anime, and I want to put a portfolio together that's catered towards anime. Because I would like to test for his thing if he ever opens up tests. I don't know that he will. He mentioned he might, so I'd like to compete and test for that because I think it'd be interesting. But I do like the idea of like a fucking anime being made on like live stream. And the thing that would be nice with that is that I assume, and look, I don't know, maybe he wouldn't want this. Maybe he wants like an NDA and he wants it to be super hush hush or whatever. But if ever I passed his test, I plan to ask him if I could just work on the scenes live on stream. If the answer is no, then it's no. If it's not, then maybe we'll just make an anime here too. Anyways, that's sort of my plan right now. This is of course all contingent on me getting a portfolio together and actually testing for things. And it might not just be stuff that he does. It might just be other stuff too that I'm interested in looking at applying towards. That'd be sick. I mean, that'd be a goal. It's a goal. It's a goal. It doesn't mean it's achievable, but it is a goal. So for now, we're just gonna keep cleaning this stupid fucking scene, roughing out some other stuff. I wish I had a project we could collab. I'm also creating a portfolio for work. I get it, buddy. No worries. You're on that Grussel. I think this last face needs a little bit more front-facing stuff. The loneliness. Guys, I gotta piss. Give me a second. I'm just gonna let this loop while I go fucking drain my big old penis. BRB. I'm back and I got a carrot. You're going back to the industry, says Sydney. I don't know. I don't know. I think I want to pick up like contracts. I think the nice thing about the industry being a fucking shit show is that I don't need to hard commit to it. And so being in a position like mine where I have a main job, picking up side gigs in animation just seems like ideal. You know? It does mean that there's probably going to be like months out of every year where I'm working like fucking 80 hours a week, but whatever. I can deal. I guess it depends on what you count as work. That's right, Jadu. If you love what you're doing, you'll never work a day in your life. So part-time animator? Oh no. I plan on taking like full-time contracts. The nice thing about the animation industry is that a lot of it is quota-based, right? So they're basically like, do this in the week, and you're good. I don't give a fuck when you do it, how you do it. All they care about is that by the end of the week, your shit's in and it's ready for review. Okay? So when I used to work in animation, I think my quota where I worked, depending on the show, it was basically like you would get a batch of 2 weeks worth of scenes. And then you would work on those. And I think my quota was like 400 frames a week. Something like that. Granted, this is rigged animation, so you could do 400 frames pretty quickly. Depending on the quality and like how complex the scene is. So I would just actually I think it was less than that. It might have been like 320 frames or something, but all that to say, I'd wake up whenever the fuck I want. I go to bed whenever I want, dude. I'm kind of ruled. I worked from home My studio let me work from home, so I would just like, I'd get up at like fucking 10 a.m., start work at like 2, work till like 8 or 9, or like vice versa. Sometimes I'd wake up super early. Sometimes I just wouldn't work and like during the day and just fucking work on the weekend. You know, I like the flexibility of being like, look, so long as I get my shit done, they don't care how or when I do it. And I like that lifestyle. It works really well for me because I can self discipline that way. Having my job now with the fucking 9 to 5, sometimes I'm at work and I'm like, bro, there's nothing for me to do, but I just gotta fucking be here. It's so whack. I'm brain rot with the Silk Song version of the last song. Hello, drunkard mouse. Shisha Shireen, how you doing? That's interesting because I have to have a schedule. Um, for me, it depends on the work. The work I do now, I find incredibly boring, and I hate it. And so I have to have a schedule, and I have to make sure that I'm supervised because I just fucking won't work because there's no quotas. But I'm somebody who needs eyes on me to perform well if I don't like what I'm doing. If I'm doing a thing that's boring, I need somebody like cracking the whip and like making sure that I'm getting shit done. Because otherwise I'll just fuck off. But with animation, I had the ability to self-discipline. So it really just came down to like what the activity is for me. I feel like if I make a schedule, it's hard to stick to personally. If I have like an objective, it's easier to orient around the objective than to organize myself so that I can get a certain amount of work consistently. Hmm. In my case, streaming is sort of my anchor right now to drawing regularly. So what happens, like if my week is like Monday, let's do a little graph here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? If that's like a week, okay? The x-axis is weeks, weekdays, Mon, Tues, Wednesday, Thurs, Fry, Sat, Sun. Okay? And let's say this, the y-axis is the amount of effort I put into drawing in a week. Okay, so effort. Because my stream schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, when I stream on Friday, I get quite a bit of work done, right? Sometimes we're just yapping. Like today we're yapping, we're not doing a whole lot. And that happens pretty consistently, but what happens is I'll stream for 3, 4, 5 hours, okay? And then after stream, I'll keep drawing. And so but it's like really focused work. So stream kind of like warms me up and gives me the sort of like it gives me the fuel that I need to keep drawing after stream. So stream almost like motivates me to keep drawing after stream. And so what you guys see me do on stream, I usually continue off stream. And so who's Ziff yes? Anyways. So Friday will look like this. I'll have a lot of effort. Saturday I tend to stream and draw the most. So something like this. Sunday, kind of the same deal. Monday, similar to Friday. And then sometimes Tuesday, I'll be motivated from Monday and I'll keep drawing. And then usually it goes down. And then sometimes Wednesday and Thursday, I usually just don't even really draw at all. So my weekly output of drawing is something like this. And that's all because of Twitch. And if I didn't have the stream schedule, I probably just wouldn't draw in general. Unban request, I turned 18. Wow, congratulations. Life of adulthood. So this is sort of like my drawing time in a week. And then it phases out. And I think this has been really beneficial for me, which is why Twitch is super important for me to maintain my drawing habits. Anyway, a little explainer. What is Snack yapping about now? The frequency I bang your mom with and the effort I put in throughout the week. So Monday I go pretty hard. Tuesday it dies off because she's been working me all weekend, dude. And so by Wednesday I need a break. So Wednesday to Thursday is my 24-hour reset. And then I get back to fucking Pound Town on Thursday and Friday. Saturday I go the hardest and then it falls off, you know? Anyways. Now that you're here, the jig is up, I suppose, but basically you draw because you need to feed your kids with drawings. I mean, if you guys are my kids, I suppose. Some of you are like my age. I only draw when I watch your stream, so you carry heavy responsibility for my drawing ability? Damn. That's interesting. I guess it's like symbiosis. I benefit from you guys and you guys benefit from me. Interesting. I like that. You should be thankful your mother deserves pleasure too. Dude, you would not believe me, but I got distracted with your tail and didn't hear anything. Phallic mind, dude. The jig isn't the only thing that's up. We're a member of your cult snack. You need to feed us. True. Open tunes crashed. Fuck. Yo, just start using Clip, dude. Oh no, I guess Open tunes is cheaper. Never mind. Ignore me. People commonly enjoy drawing while watching art streamers, or at least that's common with viewers of art streamers. That's true. The one thing I'll say, I can feel that vibe when I'm watching like a cozy streamer or something. I guess it depends. I guess people just like they have different tastes, right? I don't really like drawing along with other artists. I can't do it. It distracts me. I can't have like somebody talking at me when I'm drawing. I can listen to music. Ironically, I can watch like YouTube videos or podcasts or whatever, but I can't like have a live stream in the background. It's too distracting for me. Isn't Clip Studio cheap? Not the one with animation. The EX version's kind of expensive. What up, Snack? What up, Wizard Shoe? How you doing, big dog? I can see that I've been drawing more efficiently so that I can get my work critiqued. So technically, my drawing frequency is the inverse of what you had up. Oh, that's cool, dude. I like that. When I'm sleeping, you're working. It's like $7 a month for the EX version. Yeah, the thing is, if people don't have like a stable income, that's like death by 1,000 cuts, you know? Drawing is usually an activity in solitude for me, which is very nice most of the time. It's interesting to feel people doing the same thing at the same time. It's weird because I don't feel that. Like I don't feel you guys drawing with me. I know some of you guys are. Because obviously there's times where I'm like locked in and I'm not talking at all and people are still here. So it's like they're not just listening to my fucking Spotify playlist, you know. I listen to the same shit all the time. And I'm not talking, so I can only assume they're drawing or whatever. Or they're lurking and they're doing other shit, but also Twitch changed the lurking rules, dude. Did you guys know this? So if you lurk for multiple channels, let's say you have I'm just gonna finish. This is my last carrot bite, and I'm gonna stop talking with my mouth full. Give me a sec. I'm just gonna swallow like a Zenti's mom. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay. So they changed it. So now when you have multiple streams open, the amount of people you count for lurking towards is two. So if I have three streams open, let's say I mute the tab or I lower the audio or whatever, right? But I have them open in the background just because I want to lurk to give them the viewership. Twitch made it so that if you're doing that for more than two channels, it only counts in two. And so if you're lurking in three, four, five Twitch channels, your view doesn't count and it doesn't do anything. That's something I didn't know because like normally what I'll do is if people I know are streaming, I'll just sort of have them up in the background. Like if Glad's streaming or fucking whatever, I'll have them up in the background just so that you can like they can get my friggin' my view. But why would I lurk on three channels? My ADHD is not that strong. I think a lot of people treat lurking as in just sort of like silently supporting. I think like in my case, I don't necessarily always watch people that I'm lurking in. Like I'll just have them open and I'll have like the Discord like tab muted, and then I just sort of let them play in the background so that they can get the viewership without necessarily me having to focus my attention on their stream. It's just like a indirect way of supporting that does nothing like to my time and attention. So it's like it's just worth it, right? So if like PK's live or like fucking Glad's live or just somebody that I like know, then I'll just like lurk in their stream. But they changed it so you can't do that for more than like you can't do that for more than two people, which is annoying. Because you could do that for like a bazillion people before, but for me, before I watched Twitch, I used to run peaceful music on YouTube. So fuck, give me a second here. I used to run peaceful music on YouTube when I draw more in the day, and now I mostly just use Twitch streamers for the same use. I never developed the habit of having Twitch streamers in the background. I just need something that like the issue for me is I guess maybe I'm too like fucking corporate brained with Twitch or too like business brained where I'm like if I'm in a Twitch chat, I'm kind of like socializing both to like intentionally make friends and to just sort of make connections on Twitch because I feel like Twitch is very network and like clicky almost in a way. Like you benefit a lot from having people know you just from hanging out in chats. Obviously, you can't hang out in everybody's chat all the time, so I just kind of have like the ones that I frequent like regularly. And then I'll dabble every now and then in like new streamers chats or whatever. But I can't remember what the fuck I was saying. Oh yeah, but the thing is, when I'm in there, I'm trying to be like active. You know what I mean? Whereas if I'm lurking, I'm inactive, and I might be doing something else or some shit like that, and I just kind of want to throw them a like or a follow or not a follow, but a view. You know. So when it comes to like lurking and you say like your ADHD is not strong enough as NT to like lurk on three channels. I get it, but the thing is like when I lurk, I'm not actually paying attention. I'm doing some other shit for the most part. Or their volume is really low or something like that, right? But I can't stand when people are around watching me draw, so I respect art streamers. I guess the thing is I can't see you guys, right? And so I don't feel it. Like if we were in a Zoom classroom, maybe it'd be a little different. I also don't have a camera on, so you guys don't really see me technically. You see what I'm putting down on paper. That I will say is kind of weird. I think when I first started, I was like, are people gonna like my work? I don't know, man. Because I've always sort of posted online, but I never got like traction or anything. So I was like, eh. It's like it makes you wonder sometimes. It makes you schizo out. Like I feel like I'm moderately okay. I don't think I'm like an expert at drawing by any means, but I think I'm like upper intermediate, And I think I have like broad knowledge on certain things. But the sort of response I would get or the feedback I would get from like social media made me feel like I wasn't that way because I would see people who would do really really well and I was like oh they're great artists and and I feel like it's weird. It just feels like social media doesn't really represent actual skill levels because I see some people that I'll find their channel and they're just like fucking cracked, but then they get like no follows, no likes, no nothing, and it's disheartening a little bit. And I think when you're an artist, it's not to say that like social validation is a way for you to feel like you're good, but I think depending on who you are, there's a part of you that wants to be like validated by other people and wants to be recognized as skilled at your craft. And so not getting that when you're putting in the effort feels strange, I guess. I'd say you're a 79 out of 100 in terms of pure skill. I'd put myself closer to like a 60, I think. That's sort of where I would place myself. Just because there's a broad amount of shit I don't know. And I don't think like if 50, let's say 50 is like the average person. Like just based on skill level. If 50 is like the average person, it feels like I'm like a 60. I'm like in the 60s. That's what it feels like for me. 69, take it or leave it. The one thing I'll say though is it feels like when it comes to art skill. I want to draw on a layer here. Okay, well this layer's locked. Let me go to this one. It feels like art skill is sort of exponential. You guys ever played RuneScape? You know, like the meme where it's like fucking, what is it? Like 93 is like halfway to like 99 or some shit like that. I can't remember. It's like half of 99 is. There's a RuneScape meme for leveling. RuneScape meme level. Bumpers. There's like a bumper sticker, I think. Bumper sticker. Yeah, 92 is half of 99, right? That's sort of what art feels like. Where it's like the closer you get to the top, the more difficult it is to get that one little 1% bump increase. Like if let's say hypothetically, okay, let's give me an arbitrary number. Let's take it just a not we won't use me as an example, but let's say we take somebody who's like a fucking let's say a 7 out of 10 in skill, okay? Out of 10. The amount of effort it takes to go from 7 to 8 is like almost 10 times more than going from 6 to 7, if that makes sense. So I think you can get from like a level 0 to like a level 5 relatively effectively. Like you're not going to be blowing minds at a level 5. People are going to be like, "Oh, this guy kind of knows like some structural stuff." They're like, but they're not like necessarily doing the most aesthetic stuff. And then once you start to get a little bit more aesthetic, you know, I think maybe you're like hovering around like between a 6 and an 8. And I think sort of like, but getting from 6 to 7 is way harder than almost 0 to 5. And then 7 to 8 is like astronomically difficult compared to like 6 to 7. And so I feel like you just need so much more XP every single time. And it kind of feels like RuneScape in that sense, which is why I feel like I'm in like the 60s. And I feel like for me to get to like a level of somebody like a Dave Raposa would take probably the entirety of the like twice as long as I've been drawing already. If I've been drawing since like what 2016 roughly, and I've been doing it like I don't know. I want to say what 8 years, something like that, 8-9 years. I think it's gonna take me another 16 years, okay, to get to a level where I'm like even close to being that cracked. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. Art by Vesta rated me with 162 people. What the hell, dude? Mind if we hop on? Don't mind at all. Welcome in, welcome in. How you guys doing? Can we get a little shout out for Art by Vesta? We were talking about skill level in art. Damn, welcome in, dude. How you doing? How you doing? I'm gonna talk a little bit about myself, given the amount of people that just popped in out of nowhere. That's crazy. This is the most viewers I've ever had. Making me blush, dude. I'm over here kicking my little feetsies and twirling my hair. I feel like the belle of the ball with everybody coming in. It's crazy. But yeah, dude. So my name's Snack. How you doing, Vesta? I do art. I'm gonna pull up some art just while we're on the topic. Let me pull up some shit. Thank you for the follow, guys. I'll be thanking everybody for the follows in a sec. I'll let everybody sort of like settle in. What were you up to today, Vesta? While I pull up some art. We got some of this. So we got some. I did like a Ginyu Force like gender bend. We're animating right now, but did some Ginyu Force gender bend. We did. What else have we done in the past? Oh shit, guys! Thank you. I'm gonna pop through all of these. I was drawing truly terrible frogs. I want to see it, dude. Assuming you want to share. If you want to share anything you were working on, Vesta, feel free to drop it in chat. There's no restrictions on links, so you can go crazy. Drop whatever links you want, dude. You could drop your Twitter. You could drop your Blue Sky, your Rule 34, teehee. Don't do that. Don't drop Rule 34. But you get what I mean. You can drop whatever links you want. All right. Go fucking nuts with it. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was looking at some artwork that I was drawing. Yeah, so this was the last sort of list of faces and illustrations we were working on. We had a bunch of characters here. I was just sort of going through different eras. We got some Vikings, some samurai, some nautical creatures here. We got this rendering of this beautiful butt and babes. You could drop your OnlyFans. I don't know if Twitch will let me do the OnlyFans, as curious as I am. And I can't afford to keep subbing to everybody. I'm losing all my money, dude. But look, Vesta, enough about me, dude. Tell me about you. What were you up to today? You were doing art last. We're a family-friendly stream. Okay, well, I should clarify. I'll keep it family-friendly since you're gracing me with your audience. But I should clarify, I'm an 18+ stream. So if you are not over the age of 18, I will unfortunately ask you to kindly excuse yourself. But I do appreciate the love, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows, everybody. Giblo, Art by Vesta, Scythe007, Lessie Howe, Rossi Totally Cool. Thank you for the follow, everybody. I'll try and keep it family friendly for the next little bit. And then we'll get back into being crazy and wild. Okay? But yeah, so a little bit about me. My name's Snack. I used to work in the animation industry in Canada. I stopped doing that, and then I started streaming on Twitch just for funsies. And yeah, I do illustrations. I'm not going to show the last one because there's a big butt in it, and we're keeping it family friendly. But I do stuff like that. I do stuff like this. I do like pencil-y sketches type stuff. You say you're 18+, but there's never any 18+ content here aside from the bullshit we say. Well, that's it. I think it's not like being 18+ on Twitch to me doesn't mean that it's like you're like drawing like full-on nudity or like boobs and butts and everybody going spread eagle on everything with no underwear. That's not like what 18+ means to me. I think sometimes we could touch on deeper, more like controversial topics, not necessarily politics because we keep out of stuff like that. But sometimes we have some heart-to-hearts, you know? Sometimes we have some real talks. And I think sometimes you have to be a little bit honest about that stuff. And I think there's a type of maturity that I want to have about it that I think, you know, is only limited to people that are unfortunately fairly developed in their frontal lobe. So I try to keep it 18+ for that stuff. Fun stuff. Here's a link from today, but I can share my website and actual art. Ooh, hell yeah, dude. Let's take a little peeky poo. Oh, I fricks with this, dude. I was about to say a naughty word, but we're keeping it family friendly. I fricks with this hard. I fricks with this so much. All right, let me pull this up. Look at this shit. This stuff, guys. This is so difficult for me. I promise. I'm trying. This is really nice, dude. This is really, really nice. Terrifying first impression to give? No, these are awesome. I love the squiggly looseness of it. Very fair. You don't have to police yourself. I don't mind. It's not a big deal. You kind of cater your audience, I think. I like the sort of lasso tool looking effect you got going on here. That's pretty cool. I just like the looseness of it. It's really sketchy. Have you ever done animation? This looks like it would do really, really well in animation. Listen, I have no fear anymore. Watch me ASMR him to destroy Snack's so-called maturity, guys. You guys know the rules. When we're getting raided, the redeems, I have the full right to veto them because you guys are degenerates and you're gonna make me do unhinged things, and I can't scare off our new friend. I've been wanting to get into it more, animation. Okay, cool, dude. Well, yeah, I encourage you to get into it. I think your art style is like very, very suited towards animation. And I think in particular, do a jiggle, but it don't jiggle right now, unfortunately. It don't jiggle right now. It'll jiggle later, NFT. Thanks for spending your 1,000 points, though. Even though you know the rules. Let's go I'm gonna pop up my timeline. Yeah, so a little bit more about what we're working on right now. We're just doing a little animation. So we got a fella running, jumping, and landing. Those are silly redeems for chatters. Yeah, yeah. The chatters do love the do a jiggle redeem. It is unfortunately my most popular redeem, and I'll just describe what it does. Okay, it turns me from a flat-chested mouse into a bodaciously well-endowed mouse. From the chest dimension.
Fuck.
We'll give it like maybe 10 more minutes, and then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming. So again, if you're not over the age of 18, I will ask that you take off. But I appreciate you raiding me, Vesta. Do a jiggle, guys, with the do a jiggle redeems. So okay, show them. All right, fuck it. We're going adult mode. Sorry everybody, but do a jiggle. It do. It jiggle indeed. Guys, oh my god. Guys, they're jiggling. They're jiggling, guys. All right, they're jiggling. My freaking my tatas are on full display. I'm sorry, everybody, but this is the way it is. No, the purity, the purity. I'm pure, dude. I'm wholesome. I'm going straight to heaven. I'm a perfect little virgin mouse, dude. The perfect Aztec sacrifice, even. All right.
Fuck.
Virgin purity at its finest. I got the VIP pass to heaven. You're not gonna stray me from the path. Maggie, thank you for the follow. Geos2K, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. Mouse with titties is crazy. Oh, it gets crazier. All right. It gets crazier, but we're being good boys right now. Right, chat? We're being good boys. Don't hide yourself from them. This is who you truly are. Yeah, we'll just put the blame on Vesta. And we'll just be like, Vesta, you just gotta read the bios, dude. What are you doing? Nah, but I appreciate it. You know, when people raid you, especially when they raid you with a lot of people, you want to show a little bit of respect. And you want to show that, you value the raider. And one last time, Vesta, if you want to tell us where people can follow you, I assume they can follow you as Vesta on all social media. But if you want to drop some socials, dude, if you want to let people know where they can find you, you're more than welcome to. If you just want to show that little image, that works too. But I appreciate you popping in, big dog. And if you got to take off, if you got to go make some dinner, you got to take a big stinky poo, whatever you got to do, go do your thing, all right? You don't have to hang around here if you don't want to. Hey, listen, I don't read anything people should know by now not to. Trust me with the raids. I will say, you are very brave, just cold raiding with the family-friendly audience. Interesting approach. So Zevi raided to mouse titties? Oh, he dived face first, dude. Face first. He's smothered right now. He's stuck. This is my blue sky? Oh, shit. Everybody, go check out the blue sky. Show a little love. Oh, followed by Steve Sketches, Carson, Blue Skittle, Pinion. I know all those people. Very nice, dude. Honestly, the frogs are adorable. They are. But yeah. All that to say, right now we're doing a very boring cleanup stream. We're just sort of roughing through some stuff here and working our way through this scene, another portfolio scene. I wasn't always a family-friendly stream, I get it. You know what's funny? I was actually the opposite. So when I first started streaming, I wasn't really good at the whole online internet stuff, okay? I wasn't, like, particularly, like, in the know with, like, stream etiquette and all that stuff. And so I originally didn't have an age restriction. And what that led to was a lot of people that were, like, very, very young coming in here. And the way my personality is in general is just, I'm a little bit more crass. I mean, you can look at me right now. I'm a mouse with double D's splayed on my tablet, so, that sort of says all it needs to. And with that, I was like, I didn't really feel comfortable always just sort of talking about the things I wanted to talk about, and so I was like, I need to age gate things just for my own comfort level. It just feels a little bit nicer to know that I have the freedom and the looseness to go wild with it. Obviously, you don't want to be insane, and you want to be able to tailor yourself to certain people, but you sort of also want to run things the way you want to run things. I don't know about you, Vesta, but the way I run my stream is a little dictatorial. Okay, the reality is, like, the Twitch streamers who run their communities like democracies, I feel like that's a dangerous game. You wanna kind of run your thing like a dominant government that has nothing but authoritarian goals in mind. See, I had the other way around where I realized the stream just didn't need to be age gated. Oh no, it's hella what I say goes. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I do think there are like in a lot of like streaming communities, there are people that sort of have a bad habit of feeling uncomfortable when their chat just disagrees with them. And I feel it too, you know, and you got to kind of fight that because otherwise you're definitely you're gonna put yourself in a position where you just don't enjoy streaming nearly as much as you do. Anyways, we don't gotta get into this, but yeah, it was just a little thought. Leaving a lurk in the background would be appreciated, though. I ask because I know he won't. Don't listen to You guys don't have to. You don't have to lurk, even though I will like it, but you don't have to. But you know me too well, Jadu. Such is balance. One turns to the light, another to the dark side. Which one's which? He added an age gate so that he can regularly talk about boning our moms. This is true. I've probably boned most of chat's moms. That's not a lie. It's like a regular activity for me. It's mostly how I burn my calories. I'd be really obese right now if I wasn't banging chat's moms all the time. He's an authoritarian that just wants to make fun of us. Also true. I mean, I opened up stream today telling a story about how I got drunk on Friday and pissed all over my bathroom. So, you know, that's sort of like what you're working with. It is what it is. Sometimes you get hammered and piss all over the walls. What are you going to do? You know, that's life. The streamer definitely sets the tone for the rest of chat. That's what I'm saying. If I don't like your vibe, that's enough. I'm real protective of my community and stream energy. You know, have you ever had to deal with people sort of like invading your stream community and trying to mess with your vibes? I don't think I've ever had that. I've definitely had people come. I've had people come in and just sort of get like really offended at like a joke or something like that. That you know that to me doesn't come off as offensive. And I think when you stream, you kind of have to sort of be like, okay, where are the boundaries? There are some things where you want to sort of align yourself with people. It's a more appropriate approach. And then there are some ways where you're just like, you know what? Like if this hurts somebody's feelings, kind of tough titties on that one. If that's like the type of energy that's gonna mess with you, then you know maybe this isn't the place. But you know, I respect the honesty, if not somewhat concerned. Look, man, if anything, I think I'm very honest. You know, I have several stories about pissing and shitting accidentally and unintentionally. I'm not an alcoholic, despite what chat will tell you. We just we like to have fun, all right, at the expense of our bathroom and cleaning products. What happened to being a family-friendly chat and stream? Well, I figure all of his lurkers have, if they've gone at this point, you know. So all the ones that are around have heard my speech and surely are over the 18. Surely nobody would break that rule, right, guys, on the internet? Everybody listens to the internet rules. Hey, at least he cleans. I do clean. I had to cancel stream yesterday because I was really hungover, though, but this is a horrible first impression, guys. I drink like 5 times a year, okay? I just go hard. Like everything. I want to get it done. What are the rules? JK? Well, here you gotta be over 18. On Twitch, I think the rules is over 13. In general. Which, you know, it is what it is, but... Dying? Oh, me too. Yesterday, I was certainly dying, I'll tell you that. But yeah. Friday was an interesting night. I don't know. I ended up at a burger joint at like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. watching the staff panic as they were getting like overloaded with nothing but fucking drunk people in costumes. Lies on the internet? No, who would do such a thing? Nobody would be naughty enough to do that. Not here. Your vibes are immaculate, to be honest. Just nice to keep listening. Shit, side. Chat, this is how you fucking suck up to me, alright? I want more chatters like this. Side, somebody mod this person. I'm just kidding. But no, flattery will get you everywhere here, dude. Alright? Don't think that I'm gonna cut through the bullshit. You can flatter me all day. I love pandering. Castack has been glazed 15 times. We gotta pump those numbers, dude. That's too low. You don't deserve that. Knifey, get out of here, bro. Who let Knifey back in here? I saw you redeeming the jiggle earlier when we're trying to be family friendly. It's fucked up, dude. No respect at all. Trying to sabotage your streamer? I thought you guys liked me. Will say, your stream wasn't flagged in the guidelines when I rated outside of the tags. I think I've definitely had times where it like automatically like flags things, but I think you have to really be doing like not safe for work stuff. Like I think you know like the VTubers that draw like the busty bodacious babes and all that stuff. I think you got to be doing that stuff like pretty regularly to be like auto flagged. Um, I don't know that like I'm super duper hardcore. Like I don't really do not safe for work stuff. I think the one time like that one I showed you with the Ginyu Force is probably as bad as it's ever gotten on stream. I think I try to be moderately tasteful with the way I render my beautiful babes. But I look, I do dabble in drawing a turbo babe or two every now and then. I won't lie. It's just not a big focus these days. I'm trying to find an example of a freaking sexy little baddie I did not too long ago. Where's the wolf girl? She wasn't actually that bad. Like there's no nudity or anything because I'm not a crazy person. You know what? I can't find it. I'm scrolling through all of my drawings. I don't know where the hell I put it. Oh, here it is. I think this was it. Wolf girl. Yeah, these are how sexy I get. This is as sexy as it'll get around here, most likely. And it's usually just me trying to draw in arms as like dynamically as I can, so it's not usually that sexy. It really is unfortunate that my timeline keeps getting in the way. Now, in the Twitch guidelines, you can flag it for language slash intended for mature audience. Then, if it filters out minors, in theory, I'm gonna be honest. I think I've seen that. I think I've seen that, and I think my choice was to basically just be like, I'm not gonna do that because I just don't trust that anybody actually like follows those rules. I'd rather just have like a community guidelines, I suppose. I also don't think I'm like hardcore enough to really be doing that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an unethical, evil streamer, and maybe I should be flagging my audience as mature. Who knows? Only God can judge me, right? What about the lady with the boobies that had tape on them? We don't talk about that NFT. Look, that was the early days. We were trying to grow on the internet, and every other streamer was doing badass turbo babes with big naturals, and it felt like the natural course for me. It looks weird in your chat. We're truly opposites. Sucking up to me gets you sus eyes. Oh, not here. Not here. We encourage the glazing. All right, we've got a counter for it. And the numbers, I'm telling you, too low. Too low. Now we could judge you, and we do. Uh-huh. Hopefully masking tape and not duct tape. Well, she didn't have a hairy chest. The concept of me putting, like, tape on my chest in general sounds nightmarish. I don't know if any of you guys have ever waxed yourselves. I fucking... I used to work out and like bodybuild, right? Like way back in the day. Well, like 2 years ago. Not way back in the day. It wasn't that long ago. But like I had a point where I was like, I'm gonna wax my chest. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna show off all of my crazy striations and how sick and fucking stacked and tight and awesome I look, okay? And I bought like, but I'm also incredibly frugal. So I was like, you know what? Surely Walmart waxing kits can't be that bad, right? So I bought like this cheap ass like $8 like waxing kit from Walmart, and I smeared that wax all over my chest. I put the strip on it, let it harden, like you do. I went to rip it off. I screamed because of how bad it hurt, and it pulled like 2 hairs off of me. All it did was just tug every single chest hair I have as hard as it could without actually pulling it out. And it was basically like I bought like a torture device, okay, off of like Walmart's website, and then I had like a weird patch missing on my chest because it just got like a few little areas. Not the duct tape on bare skin. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic. I didn't actually put duct tape on my skin or anything. It was like a wax kit, but it was just like so bad that it did nothing. Like the wax didn't pull any hair out other than like a small section of the strip. And so I looked incredibly stupid where I just had like a red patch on my chest with like a little missing alopecia style patch. And yeah, I don't know. It was nightmarish. And then I ended up having to just shave my whole chest with like a razor because I was like, I look like some sort of like wild savannah animal with like some weird like mange disease or something like that. But anyways, I went to a professional. It worked really well, even though I was laughing like crazy. You know what? I don't think I don't think I like the fully barren like aerodynamic look. It's not really my thing. I'm not really about that slick down life. I think I like a little chest stubble. You know. What I do now is I keep it short on the pectorals and then just like a little trimmed on the belly. You know. I think I like that build. That's the look. It's like a little masculine. It's like a little it's clean. I don't know. I dig it. That's my grooming technique these days. But I think there's nothing wrong with appreciating a busty woman. That's true. But you probably shouldn't be drawing them to an audience of kids. That'd be a little weird. It's a pain, but it's effective. Oh no, I felt the pain even before. I will say it gives me a new appreciation for ladies who get waxed regularly. I could not imagine having to go through that on a regular basis for aesthetics. Whole new respect, dude. My feminism levels just went up like 20% after experiencing that. I almost got a septum piercing. I was so into it. All right, I went to a professional. It worked really well, even though I was laughing like I was crazy. You know what's funny? A lot of websites will list that you're not allowed to bring friends. Because my idea was like, I'm gonna go get waxed, and I'll bring all my boys so they can laugh at me. And then they decided not to. Sorry, they didn't decide not to. The websites just list that you can't bring friends, which makes sense. You probably wouldn't want to be working with a bunch of giggling idiots in your room. But Snacky King, you give me feedback, please, please, on your animation. I did earlier. All right, let me pull it up. Let's pull up the animation real quick. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Okay, let's this is better NFT. So let me just set it up on the Discord so that everybody can see what I'm looking at. Let me just make sure my Discord's okay. We're just gonna pull up the Art Critiques channel. Boom, 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 boom. Actually, I'm gonna do that first. That's very weird. It won't let me pull it up for some reason. Do I have to have Discord open? Is that why? Oh, I do. Okay, you guys can see it now. Okay, let's jump into this art critique real quick. I got alert for food, but this has been a very entertaining introduction. Hey, no worries, dude. I appreciate you popping in, dude. I appreciate you blessing me with your audience. Another big thing on this channel, guys. While Vesta's taking off, I'll just let you guys know we do art critiques here. So a big, uh, a big thing that we do in this channel is go over people's artwork via my Discord. So if you are interested in getting art feedback, you want to improve your art, whether it be illustration, animation, whatever, you're more than welcome to post in the Discord. We've got a lot of skilled animators and artists in there too that are very glad to offer advice. So you're more than welcome to hang out with us in there. There's no not safe for work or anything, so you don't have to worry if that's not your jam. But all that to say, let's get into this revision and pull up NFT's little freaking drawing here. And I see you did what I said. You added more frames to it. Can everybody see what I'm looking at? I'm gonna pull up my OBS on a different screen just because I can't see chat while I'm looking at the revisions here. Give me a second. Yes, everybody can see. Okay. Let me play it through. Okay, let me run this through a couple times. I really, really, really like the timing and spacing on the legs. So I'm gonna be honest, IFT, just keep that. Um, where do I have issues? I mean, I kind of like it. I think it would work better if you had straighter lines on your box. Your box looks like it curves. Like if you look on frame, where is it? Let's say frame like here, there's a little bit of distortion, and I'm not feeling a lot of fisheye lensness. Maybe a little bit actually. Let me play it again. Yeah, I guess it's a little fisheye lensy. I would just like you to be a little bit cleaner on the background. Clean up the background. Clean up the whole shot, actually, before you jump into doing other stuff. I don't have a lot of feedback on this. I think it's looking nice. I think you need to start committing to proper shapes and tracking shape volumes. So that's a big thing I'm not seeing is with your work in general NFT. Just because, by the way, guys, if it sounds like I'm being a little mean to NFT, I am, and it's because he posts regularly, and I've worked with NFT for probably over a year and a half now at this point on feedback. And so one thing I would say NFT is I really want you to start prioritizing draftsmanship and volumes and just general like volume tracking, because right now it just you're too rough. I want to see you start to tie down this stuff. Like it's great NFT that you're doing all of these rough animations that have fantastic timing and spacing, but you can't put them in a portfolio. They need to be tied down. And I get that you're not doing it because there's a sort of discomfort with these things, but you have to really sort of force yourself to start doing that. So I'm gonna say, dude, I want you to keep doing things like this, but I want to see them a little bit more tied down. You don't have to show me the keys and all that stuff, but I do want to see them more tied down because right now they're too rough. Like your foot shape, it doesn't like read as a shoe at all to me. Let me, where would I? Yeah, like if I'm looking at like this is, I'm just gonna pull it up here just because we have this open. But like your foot shape here, dude, that's not really like a foot. Like you need to tie it down. You know, we need it to be feel more like a shoe. I want to see some contouring. I want to see some. I'm gonna turn down the opacity a little bit. I'm just gonna shift it over also. I want to see some proper forms, and I want to see some actual thought going into like the design of the shoe. You know, a shoe is gonna have sort of this like look to it, the cylindrical look. There's gonna be like overlap, and then your toe is gonna be like over here, or whatever, and then blah 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 blah. Like you have like the framework here, but you're not sort of pushing things much, and that's sort of my concern here. Is I think you're setting yourself up for a difficult time. And the irony is I'm also kind of doing that with this current animation. But I think in my particular case, I'm able to rough it out, whereas I feel like you need to work on your draftsmanship a little bit. It's the thing that's holding you back. I've told you about 50 times now, but yeah, it's you got to work on your draftsmanship. That's it. That's my feedback. I like the animation. I like the timing and spacing. I like the choreography. I don't like the structure of the forms, and I think you could improve on it. And I think you need to have a little honest conversation with yourself about that one, NFT. And with that, I'm gonna get back to tying down my thing. Yeah, dope. I like the feel of it. Bully him harder. There's nothing like hugely wrong with it. I think there's just there needs to be more commitment to structure and anatomy, and I'm not seeing it. Even though I've asked you for it several times, you know. And I think in art, you kind of at a certain point you have to be real with yourself if you want to improve. And you know this, NFT. Leveling up the draftsmanship is hard though, but you're not like actively like what you're submitting to me isn't. I'm not seeing the active effort of you putting it in. You're still doing a lot of rough work. Yeah, you're right. Always. Don't ever forget it either. I mean, I have been drawing a lot. That's right, but like try and put some of that anatomy into your work. And I see it on your next shot. Your next shot, there's a naked guy running, and he seems fairly anatomically correct. He seems very similar to the model I provided you. So I assume that's where a lot of that anatomy comes from. But I think you could be doing more. Am I even drawing on the right? Oh yeah, I am on the right layer. I do feel like when I try to tie down an animation, my interest in doing so dies down a lot because I'm not learning new things, but I'm repeating a thing I've done like 100 times at that point. So I understand wanting to get the not wanting to get the energy of animation down, but not wanting to refine it. That's the thing, guys. Okay, so when you're animating, the reality is the fun part of animating is roughing out the movement. Okay, that's the fun of it. Okay, getting the dynamic movement and all the crazy arm flails and all that stuff. That's the fun stuff, guys. That's where the juice is at. That's the reality is like that's what you want to preserve as much of when you're tying things down. That's sort of the goal of tying things down. You want to read anatomically correctly, but you also want it to have structure and volume and all that stuff, and you want it to feel as loose and as fluid as you had it originally. But you're going to lose a little bit of that as you do the tie down. But the trick is you want to sort of walk that tightrope of not tying it down too much to where it feels stiff, but not leaving it so loose that it still feels like a sketchy rough. And ignoring that second part, which is the least fun part, getting things to be correct, getting things to be tied down. These things are important to be professionals in animation, okay? Now, you could be that guy on Twitter who just keeps posting Sakuga roughs of like your stickmen fighting or whatever. But like, if you want to work in a studio in FT, and I know that's your goal, if you want to work in a studio, you have to put the focus on that other part of being able to actually get things correctly. There are cleanup teams in studios. There are like directors that will help you tie down and get your stuff on model and all that stuff. But you have to the more you're able to do this stuff, the more valuable you're going to be to studios. And when you're putting together a portfolio, they want to see your finished work. They don't want to see a collection of roughs, you know? And it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't need it to be colored or like super composited or have like fucking, gradients and all kinds of shit. You just need it to be final line work for the most part. I think it's because you're looking to learn drawing rather than animating. What about my mouse roughs? Did you post a mouse rough? And on that, oh, you did post a mouse rough. All right, let me pull it up. This reminds me of Lackadaisy. Let me pull it up real quick. What do we got here? I'm just gonna pull it up on this drawing, I guess. We'll move Vesta's stuff over just a little smidgen here. I love Lackadaisy. I bet you do. All right. It's tough for me to do corrections on this, mostly because I'm not particularly adept at drawing animals. This is sort of like out of my wheelhouse a little bit, but I'll do my best. I'll probably focus on areas that feel like they could be a little bit more improved. Medivo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Also, to everybody from Vesta's community who followed me today, Toxic Industry, Maggie, all you people, I appreciate you guys. All right, just know that I'm very thankful for the attention. So, you got me salivating at the attention. My little clout chasing tendencies are showing, and I love it. All right, so looking at this right now, I like the structure of the face here. I think this works really well. Let me look at it in full opacity just so I can get a better idea of what we want here. I think what you could do here, it looks like she's mid-walk, right? I'm going to assume she's mid-walk. The reason I assume she's mid-walk is because this arm is forward and this arm is back, okay? And when we do a walk cycle, everybody knows, well, not everybody knows, but people know that your arms move forward and back, okay? That's just the way she goes. That's life when you're walking. One thing I want to point out, Sweet Molasses, is that when you walk, your opposing legs or your legs move in an opposing movement. So if this arm is forward, this leg here would be back if you want a realistic walk. You're also going to likely get like a hip tilt to a degree, which you have here. But I think you have the wrong leg backwards. So I think this leg would be farther back. So, and the way you can indicate that, especially with this shape design, is you can push the the curvature on this shoe here. So by pushing the curvature on the shoe here, I'm gonna get it a little bit more. By pushing this curve here, it's gonna read a little bit more like it's bending. I'm gonna reduce the opacity a little bit. Okay. And then what you could do is you could shorten the foot here. I don't really know what the sort of shape is on the foot. I assume it's like I would add like a little pointed toe or something, you know. Let me just clean that up. Show maybe a little wrinkle here. This leg I'm gonna bring forward in front of the other one, and we're gonna have this one lower a little bit. Always flipping the canvas. This we're gonna have straight on. Oops. We're gonna erase out the other leg here that we're overlapping a little bit. So I want it to read like it's in front. And I think what you could actually do is you can make it a contact pose. So if you show just a little bit of the bottom here, it might help read a little bit more. I think we could even push this a bit more, and I think I gotta make it a little bit higher. The leg feels too low right now. But doing this should help with the walk feel. Now it feels like it's a little bit more of a realistic walk. You don't need to have like the heel showing as much as I do here, actually. Just tone that down a little bit. Anyways, you can play with the proportions, but this will just help sell the walk a little bit better. I didn't do it with the guy. No, you didn't. And you actually have the... Oh, now that I'm looking at it, they're kind of like twinning in their poses. That's probably why you didn't do it. Yeah, now it'll feel a little bit stiff. I think having this leg come in front and maybe even curving a little bit will help also. Gives just a little bit of a stronger gesture. And because the weight is being placed on this back hip here, there's going to be a hip tilt like this. So the hip that's supporting the weight is going to be elevated while this leg is swinging forward. Because gravity is going through the foot, right? It's going up into the hip, and it's pushing it up that way, right? Because of this is the load-bearing leg, it's going to elevate the hip. So if a hip is elevated, typically it's going to carry more weight than a hip that's not elevated. Just drawn through there. Hands are good. Let me pull up the value here a little bit. It's still a little rough. I'd like to see you tie things down a little bit more. And one thing that I would like to see you also try and apply is try and use a little bit more intentionality when it comes to sort of the values that you're applying. Because right now, it feels like it's very dark in this area here. There's some areas that have a lot of like dark values. And it's not that these are necessarily bad, but I think you clearly have an understanding of how to apply line weight and how to apply value. Try and do it with a little bit more intentionality, right? If you want a specific area to read more, try making it a little darker or having a little bit more contrasting lines, Your eyes, in my opinion, could use a little bit more value. Like if I push the eyes here, it'll instantly draw your attention a little bit more. And it doesn't mean that you want the eyes to look like this. Okay, this is just like an example to show that, like, look, your attention is going to be drawn in an area that's going to have darker values. Okay, and the issue that I want to point out is just like all these features are very light, and so I don't really feel like there's an expression that reads at all. And so you could do that by just applying a little bit more intentionality with your line weight and values. Burn, burn, burn. Burn and I don't know. He's kind of looking off in this direction, which doesn't really work. He should be looking down at her. It's a little bit better. And then the brows, I feel like, could also just sort of have a better curvature to them. You could even stylize them. If you're doing like anthro animals, I know a lot of like furry artists and stuff like that will do like sort of like the dot eyebrows or whatever. You have his line art done already? Okay. Well, anyways, I'm just saying these are the things that I'd be looking at to push. And I think a lot of the line weight to me is also very even. I would like to see you use a little bit more thicker towards the outside of a shape and thinner towards the inside. Just because right now, like I said, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of intentionality behind the line art. And it's a difficult thing to do, and it's a thing you have to kind of intuit. But it's a sort of the point where I think you're at a point where you could be practicing the skill level. Um I don't like I feel like the head is also a little too don't know how I feel about the shape design on the fur. I don't know if it's the shape design or if it's just the line weight. I just think it could be a little bit better. Just like clear, large, medium, and small shapes. You know, that's sort of what I'm trying to apply here. And it doesn't mean that you have to do this, but I'm just experimenting. No, I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like there's not enough negative space in this area to me. It doesn't feel like it's reading well enough as a head. I think it's because you sort of have the head sort of all one block here. It's just a very big shape. I'd like to see a little space to indicate like a neck of some sort. She's got a neck too, but she's like her neck her neck's fine. I don't know what the lackadaisy style looks like off the top of my head. Maybe that's what you're going for, but yeah, it needs work. I'm not very good with muzzle structures, and BMSs are rough for me. Big, medium, smalls. Yeah, I would say just try and push them as much as you can. And what you'll find is it's easier to pull back off of something you push too far
Fuck.
than it is to try and like scale something up from being too little. In my opinion, I would rather see you push it too much than not enough, if that makes sense. Also, Bubbloovs, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Anyways, I would say fix the legs. More neck structure. Legs. Neck structure. Just give him a neck. Big, medium, small. Eyes also. Line weight contrast. I'd say that. I think like proportions are good. Design's nice on the costumes. Especially hers. I think with his, there's a little bit of weirdness going on. Mostly because if another thing I guess is the three quarterness. 3/4. So if I'm looking at his body right now, there's more. His body looks to me like it's twisting in this direction, which means this is the far side. But this side to me feels longer or larger than this side. Like the width on this collar here is much larger than the width on this collar. But this is the closer collar. So if he's turning, actually, he'd be turning the other way. He'd be turning the other way. His hips would be turning this way. But because this shoulder's coming forward, his rotation would be this way. So he'd actually have like a twist that's more like this. Maybe not that extreme, but it'd be more like that. Which means this is the short side. Which means this should be smaller. This would be overlapped by the arm though, so it wouldn't be overlapping the arm because the arm's coming forward. The guy's a raccoon species with the mane, so I want the neck and head to blend for a cuter, fluffier vibe. Raccoon or Maine Coon? Because a raccoon would have like dark circles around the eyes, wouldn't he? I feel like that's how you would create like the iconography of like a raccoon. Anyways, the contrast from the like ears could also be improved, I guess. Like if you had like I don't know what raccoon ear are raccoon ears big or small? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know Maine Coon was a thing. Maine Coons are just like big ass cats. They're not raccoons. They're just big freaking cats. All right. That being said, if he's twisting this way, the close is going to be a little bit different. So this close is probably going to be very similar to how it is there, but this is going to be getting pushed this way. So you're going to have more of a concave curvature going up to the collar rather than a convex. And then if this leg is coming forward, this cloak is probably going to drape behind the leg. This I'm trying to think how this would swing. If it's secondary action and he's mid-step, it would be coming probably. I'd probably use the tie just to create like a gesture, I guess. You know, just to show sort of that center line. Maybe a little bit more of a curve here, so it looks like he's really bending his leg. Like show where like the knee is, you know, because it's a little straight right now. It just stiffens it out a little bit. And because this is sort of twisting, I would add like a little bend here in the arm. Or because the torso is twisting. I'm just trying to think. The shoulders feel stiff to me. So I'd like to see a little bit more of a bend. So like lower maybe this arm. Again, I'm just sort of like freestyling here. This is not the most appealing thing in the world, but I just kind of want to get the structure in. And I'm thinking this arm would actually bend inwards. neck. I'm thinking the gestures this way. I'm gonna curve the legs in a little bit, so it's a little bit more centered there. Do I like that? Or do I like it the way it was? I don't know. Anyways, that's enough to go over. I just think the twist and the bend in the arms will really sort of help the flow a little bit. But it's very rough, obviously, but it might help with the stiffness. It just feels a little stiff right now. You really do have an eye for making stuff more flowy. It's just sort of thinking of what a character would actually be doing in this scenario. So I gave you sort of the rough here. I just think lowering one arm as it comes forward makes sense. Um, Elevating the other arm as it swings back also makes sense because you're gonna have like an opposing movement in the hips and legs. So as the legs, one leg comes forward and the other one goes back, the torso and legs are gonna pivot in opposing directions. Just because that momentum is what propels you forward, right? But you could apply this stuff to her also. So if this arm's coming forward, okay, I'll leave it at that. I gotta take a freaking giant piss again, guys. BRB. Recharge battery. I gotta also recharge the battery in my headphones. Give me a second here. Oh no, my headset's about to die. Fuck. Shit, my headset's dead. No, I might have to go with no audio. Okay. Give me a sec here. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. BRB. We'll just let that run, and then we're gonna do some more cleanup. I might pause on critiques for today, just because I want to actually get some cleanup done on this. But all right, I'm back. I got myself a little banana here, and I think I'm getting fruit flies, dude. I was looking at my kitchen, and there's a fly in there, and I'm like, these little bastards better not be reproducing. So I'm probably gonna have to I'm gonna have to freaking wipe down all my surfaces and start hunting fruit flies before the winter starts. Last little hurrah. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna get some water too. BRB. Guys, I hate fruit flies so freaking much, man. It's like the crazy thing is, okay, I'm not like a messy person. My apartment's not messy. It's like fucking spotless right now. The issue is I eat a lot of fruit, and so I always have like orange peels in my garbage bins and stuff like that. So I gotta be like quicker about throwing out my garbage. But it feels like wasteful to empty my garbage bin when it's not full. You know what I mean? But it's like I hate these little freaking things, dude. They drive me crazy. I went down the wrong pipe. Okay. You breathe. Oh, that was a really bad one. Oh, oh my god. Holy fuck. Almost died. Can you kill yourself doing that, by the way? I hope not. Death by a misdrinking. Drinking through the wrong hole. Drinking through my windpipe. I don't want to do that. Okay. You kill like eight, and you can kill like eight, and it's replaced every time. Yeah, dude, they're like fucking Hydra heads. You chop one off, and two more spawn. It's so annoying. And then you have to do like Geneva Convention breaking like fucking chemical warfare against them. I have to set up like booby traps and stuff, like I'm in the freaking Vietnam jungle. Okay, I got freaking banana traps with dish soap to kill these little bastards. Oh fuck, I hate them. I hate you, fruit flies. If you're a fruit fly, I hate you. Okay, you and mosquitoes, worst animals ever. And I love animals, you know I do. But god damn. Oh, I don't want to do that color. Dude, don't die trying, Shireen. Don't worry. I'm okay. Your boy's good. Your boy's good. Uh, ooh, I don't like how he pivots directions here. That's no bueno. We don't want that. I think he's gonna start slowly. Fuck. Shit. Maybe he does need to pivot a little bit. Okay, I think the perspective on this one was wrong. I think he actually needs to turn a little bit slower. I don't mind the hand. I don't mind the way I did that hand. You can't just say that, dude. You'll get canceled. What? That I gotta do jungle style warfare, guerrilla style warfare against these little bastards? If I get canceled, so be it. I'll live. This streamer's kind of based and red pilled. I'm definitely not red pilled. I am based, but I'm pretty freaking soy and woke, dude. I'm just freaking. I'm not like the other girls, you know. Kind of a little bit of a free thinker sometimes, believe it or not. Somebody likes me being based. Rusty Can, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Honestly, getting canceled at this size would be wild, dude. Could you imagine? Let's go. Let's kill the guy with 30 viewers. Get him. Get him. I feel like that'd probably just be good for my channel, to be honest. I think is cancellation real? I guess it is. If you do like really heinous shit, if I just say like edgy shit, like edgy stuff, I don't think I am gonna be fine. Eh, it's not super important. We'll tie that down later. Okay, if the head turns like this, with some chesticles, you have to have high soy intake. That's true. I'm estrogenated as fuck, dude. Naturally, though. It just comes from my mouse ovaries. I don't even know how to draw an ear from this perspective. This is such a wild angle. Okay, I gotta think. If an ear from the side looks like this, then if we get a little Y shape here, you know, a little C shape here, a little bit of that. Then from the back, it'll still sort of have that diamond look. This is going to be elongated a little more, I think. And a little bit more top down. You're going to see inside of here. This is going to come out like... I'm trying to think. This is curved. No, that ain't right. It's a very difficult mental exercise. How do I take this shape here and rotate it forward? That? I think you'd see a little bit of the inside of the ear too. Okay, I think that kind of works. I think it could be narrower actually, but I think we'll make it a little narrower. I'm just gonna cheat and I'm gonna use my little freaking liquify tool here. And I think this could come back. I don't know if that works, but you know, whatever. Okay, now I need to see in between these. And I also need to swap my headphones still. This is gonna be very weird, guys. Both of my headsets are dead, and so I'm gonna have no music in my ears, and I'm just gonna be able to hear my own voice. I'm gonna let the Spotify play, but I don't have speakers. So let's see. Is it playing? It's not playing. No, I don't want it to play on that. I want it to play on this. Just gotta make sure my okay. It'll let my Bluetooth charge. It's so weird just hearing myself talk like without headsets. I don't think I've ever like just sort of done a stream where I'm talking raw, no headsets. Normally I have my noise canceling headphones on and I can't hear myself talk, which is why I sound like I'm yelling all the time. But yeah, right now we're raw dogging life. Sing for us instead? No, that's definitely not happening. What I do want to do though is I want to be able to see my next frame on my onion skin. Someone queue up Fat Booty Bitches on repeat. Yeah, you go crazy. I mean, I'm not gonna have to listen to it. You could play Park Car over and over if you want. I don't care. Um, onion skin settings. Let's look ahead. 4 frames. There you go. Okay, what's the issue here? So he's turning this way. So this is gonna be like a straight up just like back of his head. So I think I did it wrong again. So this is gonna be straight up back of his head. Karaoke redeem when? Never. Never. I think I've been to karaoke once and I sang like one song. Can't remember what it was. I know I'm not a big karaoke guy. Okay, something like that. Something like that. God damn, dude, swallowing that or inhaling that water really fucked with my lungs. My throat hurts now. Okay, this I think needs to be more profile. Because the idea is he's pivoting. So we're gonna make him more profile. Something like that. And then he's gonna pivot into this shape. This I think needs to be even less profile. Pussy, too true. You got me. Okay, I'm back. What up, Jadu? Welcome back. What up, Chain? How you doing? This nose could be a little bit more. Something like that. Followed by something like that. I think this needs to be narrower. I made his head
Fuck.
a little too thick there. I'm good. Are you in school yet? You're in school, right? Chain? A lot of follows. Yeah, we did get a lot of follows. I mean, we got a fucking blessed raid earlier. So that's where a lot of those follows came from. Art by Vesta rated us with 162 people, which is insane. It's the biggest rate I've ever gotten in my life. And we had to subject their freaking wholesome Chungus audience to our insanity and degeneracy. And of course, you guys try to sabotage me. The second homeboy raids in, you guys just I see five freaking giant titty redeems pop up one after the other. You guys are sick. You don't care about my success at all. Messed up, man. I won't forget. Okay, this here needs to be smaller. We care about the bazongas clearly. Mind on the titties. I get it. Okay, we got that, and then this is gonna be way more profile. I literally advocated for a flat mouse. Did you? I don't remember. I believe you though. I think you're a flat lover. You love flat as back. In focus mode, I am. Could I get your take on what I posted in crits? Yeah, sure. I recently drew the father character. The thing is, I do feel. Okay, let me pull this up first, and then I'll read what you wrote. Let me. Actually, do you mind if I just sort of finish tying down this? I don't know how long you're hanging out here. If you gotta go, let me know, and I'll jump into it now. I am kind of just. It's hard to jump back and forth between this animation and something else because I'm trying to think of like the perspective shift, and it's easier when it's still in my brain from having just drawn it. So it just makes my life a bit easier if I can sequentially do this. Jadu, if you're fine with hanging around another like 45 minutes ish, I can go over it then. I just kind of want to be able to bang this out. I got time, dude. No worries. Awesome. I keep coughing, dude. It still feels like there's like water stuck in my lungs. How does this even read? Where's my BG scene 2? Okay. Oh, I do want to make the pivot a little bit more subtle. I want it to feel like smooth, almost like 3D. Right now it's too drastic. It's too extreme. Okay, back to the drawing board. Before I do that, actually, I'll just jump into your thing now, Jadu. Just because once I jump into this, it's going to be easier for me to do it indefinitely. So let's do your thing while I'm taking a little pause on my plan. Let's go to this tab here. I'm gonna just clear that out so I have more room. We'll dump your boy right here. Let's put you down here. Okay. All right, now let's read what you wrote in the Discord. You said, I recently drew the father character for my story. The thing is, I do feel like maybe they look a little too dissimilar. And given that a core plot point that kicks off the story is that his legitimate wife is able to recognize some of her husband's features in the kid, which leads her to realize that he is an illegitimate child. Oh, wait, solo. To recognize some of her husband's features in the kid, which leads her to realize that he's an illegitimate child. Aside from sharing an eye color, I don't know if they're similar enough for that to make sense in the story. Or are you doing like a thing where it's like she's not supposed to be married to this guy or dating this guy or banging this dude or whatever, and the kid kind of hints at the fact that she banged this dude? Is that what it is? Is that Balder? It is not. It's a character created by I was gonna say Zaza by Jadu. More or less, yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the other kid again. Um. You probably want to give them more overlapping features. Like you give this guy thicker brows. Like the kid has thick brows, right? So giving this guy thick brows kind of makes sense too. Oh, fuck. This. Are you flipping your canvas by the way? Because I'm seeing a little bit of like weird tilts and stuff on the eyeballs, and that's a little reminiscent on not enough canvas flipping. This eye needs to be higher up. I'm just gonna shift it up like that. Yeah, I noticed that, but I forgot to deal with it until I got busy, so I figured I'd come back to it. Okay. Okay, so long as you'll address it, I'll put eye position. Okay. The nose. I would get rid of this sort of like line you have here. I don't know if he's supposed to be angry. He can be angry, but like there's still gonna be like a space in here. You're not gonna get like these lines won't touch at least. If there's wrinkles, they won't touch. And I think for a neutral expression, I think it's better just not have him be super duper. Just have what he looks like normally, you know. Something like that. He can be a little grumpy, I guess, but just push his brow forward a bit. Go. The nose, nostril 1, nostril 2, Nose width is good. Line thickness is a little too heavy on a lot of these lines. It's too distracting. Try and keep the face lines very, very thin. Um, Eyes, I think, could use a little bit more curvature here. See how this is sort of like straight here and then it curves in like that? These little sort of shape inconsistencies really, really break down the quality of a character. So if you're doing like an eye, make sure it's like perfectly round or as round as you can get it. And this may be as round as you can get it, but I would say try and focus on really making sure it's like an even oval. Take your time, and it'll just feel a lot cleaner. And then I'm just matching the other eye here. So we made his brows a little thicker, just because you had mentioned that you want him to look a little bit more like the kid. Next thing we'll do is think of another feature on the kid. The blue eyes is a good one. Blue eyes is a good one, especially if this is a world where they don't have a lot of blue eyes. Like if it's like Naruto, where he's like the only kid in the village with like blue eyes and blonde hair, that makes perfect sense. If you want to go the Naruto route, you'd make your either the dad have dark hair, which is pretty generic, or you make the kid have orange hair. Make him a little ginger. That could help, like sell the link. Hair is a big one actually, in like symbolically speaking, in shows. If you want to sort of identify that a character belongs to a creed of people or whatever, having similar hairstyles or hair shapes will like really sell that. This is fine. This is all fine. The beard I think would be wider. So the issue that I see right now on this front on pose is that the beard is basically thinner than the face. Whereas if you have a guy and he's a fairly masculine man, you're gonna have a fairly blocky, squarish jaw, I would assume, for the most part. Because of that, if the beard sits on top of the jaw, then you need to add additional volume from where the jaw is. So the beard would stick out way more than it does there. So I'm going to draw it in blue just so it's a little clearer. Especially if he's like a Viking or some sort of fighter dude or whatever. His beard is gonna stick. It's gonna be. He's not gonna have like a crazy crisp lineup. I mean,
Fuck.
you did say they have like sci-fi technology. I think we did confirm that your boy is appropriately faded in this universe. So maybe this guy's got a perfectly lined up beard. But I'm guessing if you're going the sort of the warrior route, you want it to be a little bit more unkempt. That's what I would do personally. He also just sort of feels, those YouTubers that have like beard channels. He kind of looks like one of those guys, and it's probably because I'm curving his beard a little too much. Maybe we give him sort of like the biker beard coming down like this. It'll look a little less clean, a little less YouTubery. The blue eyes are definitely going to be the main thing that makes them align. I would just keep it at blue then. If you want to be super subtle, then just keep the blue eyes. I think it's fine. Also, I like the beard scruffier in your version. I think it just makes more sense. It just makes more sense. Your beard wouldn't be like flush to your face. It'd probably be sticking out a bit more. Again, he needs more chin, like way more chin if he has a beard. Beards kind of like they're like synthetic chins. They're like makeup for dudes. If you have like not the greatest bone structure in your jaw, beards are great for hiding that if you can grow one. And so use it. Use it to this guy's advantage. I think his nose would come out a little bit more. I'd straighten it out a bit. It looks, well, you could do the broken nose, I guess. Would I straighten it out? I think it's fine, actually. I think the brows could come out more, though. And then I'd bring this in on like a sort of tilt like that. His eyes look like they're bulging out of his head. You need to show that there's an eyelid here, and the eyelid needs to overlap the space where the eyeball sits. And it's a little too close to the front of his face here, but I'm just gonna shift that back. We made his eyebrow thicker, so we're gonna stick to that. More roundness. I'd shrink down your irises. You tend to do very big irises, or pupils, I guess would be the word. Yeah, the little black dot inside. If you make it too big, they look like they're on drugs. This guy's pupils are very, very big. I know I'm drawing with blue. There's no actual logic to the color here. I'm just sort of. I think just bring it down just a smidgen. Like we didn't change it a lot. We dropped it down by like maybe 20%, and it just reads a little less cracked out. Ears from the front are going to be very narrowy, something like that. Whatever. I'm not going to do the other ear. I've done more than what I was expecting to do. But yeah, that's what I would do. I would, if he's got like the kid's got thick eyebrows, give him thick eyebrows. Make it all in the eyes, you know? Nose shape could work too. I would say, you know what you do is you make the kid look like him a lot more when he's older. If you ever have like a time skip in your story or whatever, that's when you make him basically pull off a like similar hairstyle. Maybe your kid has like two braids. He goes like the freaking alternate universe Miles Morales route or something like that. Maybe you don't want to be too on the nose with that, but that's just an idea. But big areas to focus on: eyes, eyebrows, beard width, beard volume. I'll put beard volume, eye structure. And line weight. I'd also give him a thicker neck. If you want to masculinize him a lot more, big old thick neck will help. Instead of having a neck that curves in like this, that's kind of like a nerd neck a little bit, like a pencil neck. Like somebody who stares at a computer screen all day has this like curve here. If you're a big jack dude, you're gonna have like your neck's gonna inverse. So it's gonna be you're gonna have so much muscle here on your traps that it's gonna like curve like that. You might have like it'll come up, but in general, and it'll attach into the base of the skull and it'll like maybe curve up like this. But in general, it's gonna be a lot less of a curved angle here. Hello, hello, Avail. How you doing? How's it going? Dang, I thought the neck was pretty thick too. Always, you could always push it like this on the front. I feel like the neck should be thicker than the width of the jaw. Like if it's a jack guy, he's gonna have like a very very thick neck. Like look at like a guy like Channing Tatum, right? Channing Tatum neck. He's a good example because he has a thick ass neck. His neck is like so big, it's like wider than his actual like jaw. Like if you look at his neck, like it like curves out. Like his jaw below all the skin, his jaw is somewhere like in here, and his neck is like so big, it's like tucking in there. Obviously, this is like perspective-y, so it's gonna overlap because of the form. But really, really thick muscular necks are gonna be a good way to masculinize someone. Home again, but I'll be lurking. No worries. Hope you had fun with your parents, dude. So yeah, so I'd just push the neck a little bit more. I'd make it longer because it just feels like he has like no neck right now. Drop the traps down. Drop traps. Anyways, I think that'll help a little bit, hopefully. But it's a good place to start. I'll give you that for now, and then we will get back into the animation. Okay, what do we got? I'm pretty good. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna close this. Do not save. I've been struggling with this animation. I'm trying to get the pivot to feel right avail, but it's just not working too well. And I gotta bring my timeline back up. There we go. Enable timeline. Whoa! What the fuck did I just do? Not what I want to do. View. Window. Time. That's what it is. Window timeline. Okay. Yeah. We need it to feel a little bit more three-dimensional. It's not feeling that way right now. I like how the arms move when he's falling. I have to be able to preserve as much of that as I can because a lot of it is very, very like loosely handled. But the idea was essentially it builds up because there's air and wind resistance. His arms are trying to push down as the wind gets faster and faster, and it pushes his arms up against them trying to come down. But that's the idea with the movement pattern. So it's basically like this movement pattern that goes up, and then it tries to come down, but can't go quite far enough. Then it gets sent up again even faster because the winds get picking up. So he pushes harder, but he can't come down as much, and then it sort of like follows this arc. And then that's sort of the idea behind the arc pattern on the arms. And then he tucks to brace for impact, and I think it's just like a nice little contrast. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. I feel like every time you critique my work, it's like adding the perfect amount of seasoning. Maybe. We'll see. Only time will tell, you know. Right now, I just got to get something a little bit more tied down on this. I think this could even be whoa, more front on. Whoa. Get a little rough with it there. Now this is two front on or two three-quarter here. I don't want it to be that three-quarter profile. Let's keep it a little bit less than that. Like quite a bit less than that actually. I'm just gonna do like a little rough here. neck. And then we need eye sockets. That, 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 that. Okay, here, kind of doing that. Where's my rough pass? Scene 2. And this one is going to be a big jump, and this one's going to be a lot more profile, I think. But he's going to drop down because I want him to sort of be like, not bracing, but just sort of really sort of putting effort into running. And I think the best way to do that is to have his head tilt down a little bit, like he's trying to get more aerodynamic, you know? Am I drawing on the wrong layer? I'm not. Okay, we're good. Just like rough fingers here. We'll figure out the fingers later. Okay, that. I just want this scene, actually. I don't need to keep playing the whole thing through. Let me just narrow it down to this scene, which is like this section here and this section here. A little less, actually. %80 gay? Damn, dude, very nice. Okay. How does that read without the rough? This is a lot of animation, by the way, guys. It's just a lot of going back and forth, checking things, moving things around, seeing if you've got sort of the way things should be looking. I also think I'm not getting the read that his hands are moving fast enough or that they're moving cleanly. And that's something I'll change, but I'm going to wait till I get like a general tie down before I do that. Where's the rough, actually? I want to know where my head's going to be. Here, huh? What's going on here? Twink level? Okay. That. And let's get rid of the background. I want the hands to feel like they're moving faster. They're not moving fast enough to me right now. Oops, I don't want to get rid of the background. Sorry. Not the background, the scene rough. Yeah, hands are still moving too slow, and they're not. It's not working. The perspective is not terrible on it. I just want more of a feeling of speed.
Fuck.
What up, Kasi? How you doing? Guys, I gotta pee again. I'm such a little pissy boy. I'm doing it in the toilet this time, though. I've learned better. I'll BRB. BRB. Hello, new here. Wanted to ask if you do rigged animation. I don't rig them myself, but I have worked in. I used to work in rigged animation. I do not work in rigged animation anymore though. But I did. I did work in animation for about 3 years, and it was in rigged. So I do know how to do rigged animation, but I've just never. I don't really do it on stream. I don't use Harmony that much anymore, to be quite honest. Hashtag rigged. How else am I supposed to measure how gay, straight slash twink my good dick game is? I don't know, dude. This is the only place you can do it on the internet. I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna put my earbuds back in. I'm hoping they're fully charged now. They don't take very long to charge. Wait, what do we got? It's working. Okay, the music probably stopped, and it's because I. Huh? Wow, they're at 100%. Awesome. Oh, cool. But this is not rigged. No, this is all hand drawn. But how you doing, bewildered May? My. Tired? I'm an animation student? Hey, I've been there, dude. I was also an animation student. I get it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Lemon's Rifle. I don't think I saw you follow me, but thank you for the follow. Cactus O. Cactus XO. Thank you for the follow. You working on any fun animation projects by chance? It's unusual to find animation streams on Twitch, so this is fun. Or you love it. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look, I all of last year I did mostly illustration. This year my goal is to be a lot more animation focused. So we are going to be doing a lot more animation streams. We'll probably break them up by doing some illustrations here and there, But I think a lot of the illustrations are going to serve the animations, or at least that's sort of the goal, I guess. But yeah, I do agree. I think it's very difficult to find. It's not difficult to find animators, but I do feel like there's not a lot of them relative to other art mediums on Twitch. It's a lot of big booby anime girl stuff going on. Well, I'm working on my thesis, and I did rig animation. Loki didn't expect it would take as long as hand drawn. If the rig is properly set up, it's pretty quick. You can bang out way more frames with a rig than you can hand drawn. Um, Whereas getting an initial rough down without a rig, like the whole rigging part is the hard part. But where I used to work, we just had like a different department do it. So I never like did any rigging myself. I just sort of had like a rig given to me. Yeah, this is like still. But yeah, anyways, all that to say, Bewildered May, I'm not like the other girls, you know. I don't draw big busty bodacious anime babes, all right? So if you're here for big fat titties, the only ones I can offer are my own, unfortunately. But beyond that, I'm not your guy, sadly. That one's on the house. Just a little sample. Chet begs me for that daily. Okay, I just want to see this little run sequence again. A little bit of that. I'll keep the loop at the beginning, actually, just because it's helps tie it down. That to that. No, I want to bring this in a little bit more. How many subs to draw boobs on stream? I mean, I can't draw fucking like exposed nipple or anything. So if you're asking me like to draw porn, that's just the answer is never on Twitch. I can't do big ass titties or anything on Twitch. I could do like bathing suits, I guess. Um how many subs to draw booba? I don't know. That's a that's a tough question to answer. It's also just not really in my set of goals right now. Maybe we'll do a little booba anim. Who knows? Maybe not. Probably not. But okay, I'm looking at this. My hands are feeling a little weird. How about boba? You could do tap around the boobs. Tap around the boobs. What do you mean? I rigged my own character for my thesis. And I don't know if my rigs just suck, but I'm dying. Yeah, I mean, I when I went to college, we got to specialize in what we want to do, and I wasn't in the class that did rigging. I specialized in animation. There were like backgrounds. I think there was like background specialty, animation specialty, and 3D. Those were the two categories. If you did background, I think they also taught you rigging. But if you did animation, we didn't do any rigging, so I have no idea how to rig at all. I took it all for granted. That's what I'll say. Okay, this hand feels odd. I think the perspective would be a little bit different here. I think this would curve way more this way. It might honestly just come down lower too. No, I don't want that. Maybe smaller. Oh, that's cool. Because for us, everything we have to do everything ourselves. Oh, well, I guess Canadian animation's a little bit more like there are set departments for different like things. You basically work in like one of those departments. So that's sort of how like a Canadian studio is structured. It's like a lot of there's an animation team which are basically like the pampered babies of the animation studio because everybody else caters to them, which I guess is annoying if you're not one of them, but I was one of them, so I get to go wah wah, please fix my background, wah wah, fix my rig, I want this, I want that. How much of stream is left? I don't know, maybe another hour, 2 hours, hour to 2 hours, something like that. So the way it would work in studio is if I didn't like a background or if there was something I wanted to change in the background, I would just take a blue pencil and like let's say the background looked like this, right? So this is what the background looks like. It's like I don't know. Let's say it's a classroom, bunch of chairs, right? Tables, desks, whatever. I could basically go in and be like, I actually want you guys to add this much more background to it, just because I want my character to be able to walk more this way. And then and then I would send that back into the background departments, and then like when they eventually do the final, they would add like a larger background, or they would send it to the retakes team and be like, "This guy's a fucking idiot. We're not making his character walk there. Please fix his animation." So it really was one of two directions. Either they did what you wanted, or they didn't tell you and they just fixed your scene. Hello, fellow rodent. What a frisky the 360. Oh, the 630. How you doing? Are you also a rodent? What do we got? What are we working with here? What kind of rodent are we talking? Mouse, rat? Chad knows how I feel about the R word around here. And by R word, I mean rat. How many years were you working in the industry? I worked in the animation industry for 3 years, so not very long. And then I left to work in a different industry, and now I'm just basically putting together like a little hand drawn portfolio because I'm looking to get back in there, but only part time. The animation industry is kind of tough, but can I be a capybara? You sure can. You sure can. Not the hard R, yeah, hard R rat, dude. Well, look, if you're a rat, that's fine. Just people confuse me for being a rat, and it feels offensive, you know? I don't know how you feel, Frisky, if people go around calling you a mouse, little squeaker, you know? Maybe that might hurt your feelings. To me, being called a rat, it just rubs me the wrong way, you know? Snag, do I get the pass? Absolutely not. You're a fucking cat, dude. It's like the worst of the worst. My name is literally Cat Snack because I'm a mouse. Because your people hunt my people and they have for generations. Please, no. Quit being pathetic, NFT. You'll never get the pass. We know Snack worked on Mickey Mouse Clubhouse and Bluey. I definitely did not. And Pete, you shouldn't believe a thing Pete says. That's not true. I did not work on Mickey Mouse Club. You know what? I think this hand would just not even be here. I think like it'd be long gone by the time we get to that shot. And then this hand would start to come forward. Thank you for the follow, Frisky630. I'm gonna call you Frisky360 all the time, I swear. That just like that combination of numbers in my brain just doesn't work. I don't know, 630. Frisky the 630. Alright, Frisky. Ew, ads good. I hope you consume. Yeah, so now I think this hand would come forward. Why does my brush feel weird? And then this hand would not be there. This next one, I mean. We don't want this hand here. We want this hand to start to come up. So we're going to need to show a little thumb here just based on the perspective. I'm doing these hands very rough. This isn't my cleanup pass. I just kind of want to get the general shapes down and the general movement and the feel of it before I start getting my anatomy correct. Okay. And we'll just run it through. Yeah, it's still looking kind of wonky. It's looking better. It's this hand here flickers and it bugs me. I don't like it. We gotta change. We gotta straighten it out a little bit. Right here. It is unfortunate because I feel like it would kind of do that, you know, but we're gonna ignore it for now. 360's fine. You're so kind, Frisky. The nicest rat I've ever met. Okay, this also feels weird to me. Right here. No, is it that one? Yeah, it's this one. I think this hand here needs to be higher up. I'll get the pass one day, and maybe when you're reincarnated as a rat. Or a mouse. If I'm the nicest, rats really are assholes. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. I don't know. Look, full disclosure, guys. I don't know much about like furry culture or like furries in general. I just happened to pick a mouse character as my avatar. It was between that or being a hot like succubus anime guy. Those seem to be the only options on the on Twitch. So I like the mouse look, and it just went for me. But I don't have the street cred, unfortunately. It's all stolen valor, dude. I wear the uniform, but I never served. He's a liar. He's a furry. People ambitiously want me to be one, but the truth is, I'm not. I'm a filthy liar, dude. I'm a normie, okay? Hidden behind this mouse persona. Yeah, obviously a furry. Keep dreaming, chat. Keep dreaming. You're never gonna get this. You're never gonna get me to be a furry. I can hear you guys all chanting in chat. One of us. One of us. It's not gonna happen, chat. It's not gonna happen. Keep trying. How does mouse play? He does mouse play. Don't let him fool you. What does that even mean? What do I run on a hamster wheel? Would I get into fights in the middle of beautiful fields? Do a jiggle? NFT, you know a jiggle. You know it'd be freaking hella jiggling, dude. Snacks a furry? Oh my god. My chat is one of the most dishonest chats on all of Twitch, okay? You shouldn't believe a word they say. They're here to slander me at all times, especially my mods. Don't trust those motherfuckers. As the mod, I know. I rest my case. Okay. No, 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 no. I want to have the hair also sort of like flailing in the wind, but I'm gonna save that for another layer. I'm not gonna do it on this layer. Right now, I just kind of want the dynamic of the head moving. And then the perspective on the last frame needs to change. So this is 2 3/4 behind still. I want it a little bit more front on. We all know Snacks secretly makes Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck fan art in his spare time. You guys are projecting so hard, dude. Which one's more realistic? The mouse with boobs isn't a furry, or the model who works with a mouse with boobs confirming he definitely isn't a furry? Guys, if I were a furry, I'd tell you. I have so much to gain from being a furry on Twitch. They're like you know how well furry commissioners pay? Why would I lie about that? Why would I shoot myself in the foot? I'd be all in. Bewildered May says it's currently 4 a.m. on my side. I've had enough animating for the night, so I'll go now. Love your work. Hope to catch you again sometimes. Hey, well, I appreciate you, Bewildered May. Hopefully you come by another time. I'll be around. I stream Friday to Monday, so that means Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Friday and Monday is 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Saturday, Sunday is 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And that never changes. It only gets canceled if ever I'm like, you know, recovering or lazy or whatever. I really want the feeling of the hands moving faster. And I think, let's see, how can I get that? It's like one of those things where I feel like I've stared at it so long now that it's like losing its effect on me, you know? Good night, bewildered Mai. Have fun. Good luck on your thesis. I think I made it worse. I'm proud to be a white-blooded, multicellular, art-loving, furry-driving man. Amen, brother. Hey, get your yip on, King. Don't let me stop you. All right, go crazy. Get a couple howls out. I ain't gonna stop you. I may judge a little, but I judge everybody. Na, 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 na. I wonder if here would be like a good spot to have like a smear, you know? I'm wondering. I feel like it probably would. I might ask my boy Toothpaste to help me figure out how to help to get this to feel right with the dynamic arms. Smear it up, brother. That sounds terrible. Yeah, it still doesn't read very nicely. And I think the issue is nah, that goes away. That comes up. I feel like this probably needs to look like it's going in this direction. Damn, speaking of furry, who queued this? Oh shit, NFT also said the exact same thing as me. Fuck, maybe I am a furry, dude. If I think like NFT, I might be a furry. Smear it up. Sounds like a sex move. Yeah, it's my signature move, dude. I'm not a furry, Cassie. Aren't you like a freaking cowgirl? Speaking of furries, I see you right now with your freaking horns in your little stream. I see you, dude. Yeah, this is like I think I need this to be more straight on actually. We'll see. On the wild side. I hate that I know this song by heart, dude. No, I'm a cow demon, actually. Oh, yeah, very original. A cow succubus. That is actually kind of original. I will give you that. So like what caused you to be demonic? You see her? Dang, Snack, you must love girls with horns. I see her on Twitch right now. I'm lurking in her chat. I can't hear her because it would throw me off. She can hear me, which is impressive. I don't know how you can multitask like that. I don't have that ability. Whenever Rumby shows up in here and he like talks shit, I'm like, I don't know how you do it, Rumby. Wouldn't a cow with horns just be a bull or a yak? Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, damn. Defensive. Imagine being a succubus or incubus working on a vampire. Imagine being a succubus or incubus worked on a vampire rule, so every time they boned someone, they also turned into a sex demon. Is that how succubi work? If you bang a succubus, you turn into a sex demon? I always just thought they liked banging. I didn't know there was like a lore like that. Bang with the gun? Yes, bang with the gun. Like the big cartoon one where you click the gun and then a flag comes out that says bang on it. Female cows can have horns. Horns. I can't talk, dude. Well, that's good. I don't like that. I don't like that. That needs to be a lot shorter. I don't like that. It's gotta be something like that. I do like the positioning of it, but it needs to be way different. Which means this needs to be way more foreshortened. Apparently, I learned yaks have udders. I feel like pretty much every mammal does. Unless I'm tripping, but I don't think I am. Ladies have udders. We just don't call them udders. Believe it or not. Don't tell them I said that, though. Barnyard was right all along. It's true. They were. Oops, not that. It's so slow now. It didn't feel very slow before. Okay, I'm gonna definitely need some help with these arms. I don't think the pacing's not working right. I don't know if it's like the an issue with like the readability, but when are we gonna listen to weeb shit again? Also, hello, Ian Soka. How you doing, big dog? I mean, it's a weeb playlist right now. People are just queuing up whatever they want, so don't blame me. You know, I'm doing my part by bringing the weeaboo to the chat, but the chat's taking the weeaboo out of me or whatever. See what I said? Weeb stuff now. Hmm. I think if I push this arm out, it'll help. No, I did that earlier and it made it fucking feel weird. Okay. It's just too slow. It's just too slow. It's too slow. I don't mind the rotation being that way. I just find like the smear's not working unless I drag it down quite a bit. Be right back. Gonna take a shit. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Are chatters in here drawing as well? That's usually what they do. Normally, people in chat will also be drawing or doodling or doing whatever, you know. Anything, practicing, doing comms or whatever, doing comms, crank and hog, anything in between. Really, people get wild and crazy in here. Hopefully, they just don't tell me, except for NFT, who likes to announce that he's going to take a shit. Yeah, he's doing communications. That's what he's doing. You know what? I think I need to push this way more up here. I think this is going to be like all the way up here. And this might actually, again, be too long. Oops. I'm doing an animation of a snail coming out of a bun as the cream monster. That is all. You're making me hungry, dude. I'm not even joking. I'm so hungry right now. Save your money. I mean, I bought groceries, so I could literally just walk up to my kitchen and eat it, which is what I will do eventually. Still so sluggish. I hate it. Speaking of slugs, like it really should this just be on ones? Still need a frame. Nope. Just go on a keto diet. You save so much. Yeah, but then you're like constipated. And I like carbohydrates. Okay, better. I think my arcs are a little off. That's probably why. I still want to push the spacing and pacing the spacing and timing a little bit, but I don't like that. Pete, you're making me so hungry, dude. Okay, I gotta take a 5 minute break. I'm gonna go eat. Actually, when are the next ads? Maybe I could just wait till the next one so we don't waste time. Nah, they're in like a half hour. I'm just gonna go now. All right, BRB. Alright, I'm back. I made a little chicken wrap. Hmm. Hmm. Hello! My mouth is full. Give me a sec. How's it going, HDMZ? What's up? Damn, that was good. What was good? I asked some people I know that are furries. If you're a furry, they agreed you're a furry. They're lying, dude. Furries just want everybody to be a furry, dude. You can't be asking furries if they're a furry. You gotta ask normies if I'm a furry. Actually, don't do that. That's what she said. Mad times, gun complete, and you? Mad times, guns complete. What you talking about, HDMZ? I'm chilling. I'm trying to get this animation figured out. And right now, I don't like the pacing. It's too slow. Way too slow. I didn't think it'd be too slow, but I think it's a consequence of not roughing it out enough in my first pass. 31 guns. Mad times, guns complete, and you 31 guns. HDMZ, I need more. I need more details. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean 31 guns what? Complete? Oh, you've been drawing guns. Right. Okay, it totally clicked. I forgot you were like doing guns. I totally forgot. Yeah. Okay, now it all makes sense. I just asked a normie if you were a furry, and they said, "Who are you? Get the fuck away from me." So I think it's pretty much confirmed. There you go. I'm not a furry. You heard it there, folks. I think that confirms you're a furry. I don't think that's true. I'm gonna have to do some studies, I think, to figure out how to get the arms to feel faster. Because right now they just don't. Whoa. It's a little thick. A little thick on that brush. You ask a normie, are you a furry? Normie responds, who are you? Get the fuck out of my house. Yeah, why are you here? How did you get in here? No, but am I a furry? We need to know. You assume I'm a furry. Gallops away like a dog. Yes, you are. I'm not. Dude, Kasi, are you a furry? Do you get down and furry? I don't know. I don't know what furries do. If I see, I don't even know the lingo. Does it even matter? Technically, everyone's a furry if they're a furry in progress. That's true. You're a furry, you just don't know it yet. That's what you're saying. I mean, I don't care. Everybody's just been trying to make me a furry since day one. That's all. Okay, so this is a chat problem. Okay, I'm totally secure with who I am. I'm holy. Uh huh. Depending on the animal, you may have several holes. That's true. From what I've seen, I think being a furry just means you goon constantly to furry porn. Look, guys, being a furry isn't just sexual. It's not just like suiting up. It's a way of life. Okay, it's a sort of kinship you feel with the community, and I feel like people who are furries are genuinely like they live and breathe that shit, dude. They live and breathe it. I just don't. I'm not. I don't do that. You know. I feel like it would be stolen valor. I'm telling you, I can't. I can't just wear the uniform if I've never served. I'm not making you because you are. Guys, I've never even played VR chat. Like, not even once. Alright? I've never yiffed. I've never worn a fursuit. I've never even browsed Etsy for fursuits. Okay? I have some furry friends. I do have quite a bit of friends who are furries. Okay? But that doesn't mean anything. Are you doing it right now? What, browsing for fursuits? Cozy Trap, hi there, hello. Let's see your searches. That sounds very invasive. We will not be doing that. Mostly because I was drunk the last 2 days, so I don't know what I looked up. Okay. I do know I was looking up some statistics that gave me a helpline suggestion, but you know. To be a furry, a person has to show interest in anthro animals. That's too broad, dude. That's too broad. What's going on? We're debating furrydom and what it means to be a furry. It's a very existential debate, really. Cats try to gaslight me into thinking I'm a furry, even though I'm telling them I'm not. With that definition, I'm no Ferdy. Ferdy sounds awesome. Too broad because snack fits that description. Being into anthro animals doesn't just make you a furry, dude. If any child has ever seen The Lion King, they're into anthro animals. You know what I mean? Beauty and the Beast. You're telling me every Disney adult is also a furry? Come on, bro. Furries don't have that much sway economically. Now, Disney may be the gateway drug into becoming a furry, but it's not like just because you like that doesn't mean that you're a furry. And also, how do you guys even know that I like anthro animals? I've never said I have. No, Rogue the Bat? Is that the Sonic chick? Sonic wasn't really my generation, dude. I wasn't like super into Sonic growing up. I didn't even like really play video games till I was like 16, 17. I mean like on a PC. I played video games on like console. I played like fucking Call of Duty and NHL like growing up. Okay, those were my games. That should speak to how much of a normie I am. I don't want to turn the nose too much. I think I've done too much nose there, which means I need to do less nose here. We've gone through this for the fucking 100 times already. Yes, we have. We've been through this a bazillion times, and the conclusion is every time I'm a normie, guys. I'm sorry to break it to you, okay? I'm sorry. I can't be what you need me to be. I can't be who you need me to be, chat. I know we love each other, but I can't be that. I just can't be that for you. I'm my own man. And you're your own animal. Okay? You're your own little anthro creature. And I'm my own human being man. We can't it just won't work, all right? It's not you, it's me. I'm sorry, chat. It's over. Nope, 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 not this. This. That, 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 that. I think this just needs to go. I think this just straight up needs to go, and I think this needs to be curved more. A lot more. I bet Snack calls his room the heavy petting zoo. I mean, I did piss all over the floor yesterday or 2 days ago, so we're pretty close to a petting zoo. I won't lie. That one, I can't really defend that one. With his floor mat, okay. Well, I don't piss on my bed. I piss on my toilet and then clean it up because I'm sober. I have animalistic tendencies. I won't lie about that, okay? I'm not denying that. I've gotten freaking animal style before in various ways, but I just don't live the life. But he isn't a furry. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Still feeling weird. Having a piss fetish doesn't make you a furry. Oh. I don't have a piss fetish, guys. Your mom's wanted it, okay? It wasn't my choice. I need to get this arm here needs to feel better. It don't feel good. I just don't like the feel. What do I do with this fucking thing? Snack's a big fan of water sports? No. No, I'm not. Yeah, it just breaks the arc. It don't arc pretty, you know? Where's the last one? Okay, that could work. Reads better for sure. It's just too slow still. Arc it up? Yeah. Jet skiing's fun, so I don't see why you wouldn't be a fan of water sports. Kasi, why you blushing, dude? We got a water sport lover in chat right now. Is that what you're saying? Chat, show of hands. Who's had a golden shower? That wasn't a slip of the tongue, by the way. Oh my god, I was blushing because you're piss kink. Sure, whatever, dude. I know you got a piss kink. It's fine. You don't need to project on me. I don't have a piss kink. Thank God's Vesta's not here anymore, dude. We told him we'd be wholesome today. Huh? For the longest time, I thought water sports was just playing volleyball on the beach or something. Well, it can be. Arc it up. Oh my god, I was blushing because of the piss kink. I've had a shower in a house that just had a fucked up water system, so it had a weird color, if that counts. That is interesting. That's kind of gross, though. Piss kink lovers say what? Oh, well, I didn't do that. I was reading what she said. I was quoting her. Okay. How do I get this shit to feel right? Na, 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 na. Okay, I don't want that to pop behind there like that. That's feeling weird. Let's have this come, instead of come back like that, we want it to come up like this. Confirm, no takesies, backsies. I can do whatever I want. I'm the god of this domain, dude. Still just feels so fucking slow with the arm movement, dude. It's driving me crazy. How do I get this to feel better? Like, part of me feels like I should just get rid of this whole thing, but then I feel like it like needs to be on ones or something. Snack, any chance you have a need for a living housekeeper? I can cook and clean. You don't even have to pay me. I just don't want to live in my house anymore. It just sounds like a servant, dude. There's a worse word for that, but I'm going with servant because we're keeping it PG. I've already said a couple things that are a little too racy today. I'm a black dude and I'll still take that. I definitely can't say the other word then. Are you fine with cleaning piss off the floor? That is true, actually. That may be a thing you have to do. Yo, Kit Kat, what up, big dog? I mean, if you don't drink a ton of coffee, it's not exactly a deal breaker. I drink so much coffee, dude. Why do you think I piss so much at the start of stream? Ugh. Dizzy, thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you for the 6 months, big guy. Yeah. But I've been snack sub longer. A lot of people fighting for that position these days in chat, apparently. You sick fucks. Kasi, you raiding little me? Shit. Welcome in, Kasi. What were you up to today, other than talking shit in my chat? Rexic, how you doing, big dog? How you doing? Can we get a little shout out for Kasi Draws? I was drawn. I believe you. With a name like that, I mean, I know who you are, but I don't know why I'm pretending like I don't. Oh, who's this new raider that we have here? So mysterious. Do you want to share anything from your little stream today? Huh? Hella mysterious. Like I like it. My girl got nubs. Nubs. You got a. I don't know what that means. What do you mean? You didn't draw hands? You just gave her like stubby little stump wrists or something? Feel free to share whatever you want, assuming it's safe for work. But I assume it's well, assuming it's safe for Twitch, I should say. Okay, we're getting there. I think I still need to fix this like this pivot sequence, it doesn't feel fast enough. That's sort of my issue. I mean, I asked my boy to help me out though. He's a much better animator than me, and will be able to help me for sure. Can I share whatever I want to? No. Sorry, KitKat. You gotta raid me. You gotta raid me because I'm cloud hungry, big guy. I don't just give it up for anybody. Okay? Oh shit, we got a link. We got a link, chat. Let me take a little look. I mean, you could disguise it in the form of a critique. Yeah, I just want you all to know that when you do that, I can tell, by the way. I can tell who's serious about critiques and who's not. All right, let me pull it up. We'll take a little look at what Cassie's been up to. Look at this freaking bonita ass Espanol lady. We got a Dios de la Muerto lady on our hands. Que bonita, que rico. Mamacita está muy caliente. Okay, I'll stop being racist now. Yeah, looking good, dude. Looking good. She doesn't have arms, though. You are right. You could also just say her arms are stuffed in her hair, and then what you do is you draw her hands like down here, you know? And it's like it's going through her hair. Isn't that interesting? Now we got crazy depth. This isn't a critique, but, you know, just an option. No hands, no feet, meh. We got a toe lover in chat. Thank you, thank you. I don't know what I'm doing for the clothes. It's a placeholder. Clothes are usually optional with female characters anyways, so you don't really have to go too crazy. Most women that exist in art wear skin-tight clothing. It's just the way it is. Oh my god, thank you. That's actually a good idea. The skin-tight clothing or the hands going through the hair. You're welcome. When you sell it, you can forward me the commission. Men can wear skin-tight clothing too. That's true. I just don't think you'd want to see it. I don't know if you want to see my little freaking moose knuckle hanging about, dude. It's not as elegant, you know? We can't pull it off as well. I can't have like a fucking like a G-string fucking leotard on and look as appealing. Usually when people don't draw the whole arm, it's so they can avoid drawing their hand. I don't see why you would hide it before and then expose the hand. That's a skill issue. You know what that made me think of, Sydney? You know, there's this guy on Instagram who does like glute tutorials, and he's always wearing like lady spandex. I guess it's like man spandex, but it's like you know the fucking like Lululemon like ass spandex that has like the asshole wrinkles, like the gym wear that has like the butt cheek wrinkles. Like it's just so engineered to show every fucking like pore on your asshole. And he wears these, and then he's always like, yeah, this is how you do this exercise or whatever. And he's like flexing. He's like, yeah, this is how you train your hamstrings, brother. But he's got like the man thong on. Softcore porn IRL, literally. I wear yoga pants, kinda. Interesting. For comfort, for aerodynamics. I mean, you're an athlete, so I get it. Usually when people don't draw the whole arm, it's so they can avoid drawing their hand. I don't see why you would hide before and then expose the hand. Well, it's just because the proportions, I feel like, don't, like, make sense. Like, the hand would be, like, sort of poking out, like, here-ish, roughly, based on the perspective and the length. If I had to guess. This feels mean. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm doing fucking drawovers right now. It's my muscle memory just like kicked in. I apologize for that. I have slider pants with built-in pads for paintball. Slider pants. Oh, like the guys who wear like fucking clown masks. and slide around. But I know like you wear them for paintball, I guess, to be like able to like slide into corners and not get shot. How do you guys feel about sliders? Like the guys with like the fucking sparklers on their knees and hands. I've got opinions. I draw my hands forward slash arms later after everything is rendered. I tend to change my mind over the arm position. They're kind of like yoga pants. Yoga pants are a crazy type of technology, dude. Actually, I'll leave that up. We're gonna get back to this. Also, Kasi Draws, if you want to share your Instagram, your Twitter, your Rule 34, whatever you want, go crazy. Drop it in the chat below. Let everybody know where they could follow you. Do you want to draw over? I mean, I would just like I did here. I would just add a shoulder, and then one of these. One of these. These are always like the when I don't know what to do. This is always the move. You do one of these and then one of these, and then this one. There you go. The hand on the hip, I love it. The most classic link, or the most classic pose. Don't drop a Rule 34 in chat. Yeah, don't do that. That was a joke, by the way. I hope people are aware enough to know that I'm joking. I don't want you guys sharing cartoon porn in my Twitter chat or my Twitch chat. No, I'm too innocent for that. Sure, whatever, dude. I believe you. How about cartoon erotica? I mean, that's the same thing, isn't that just Rule 34? I don't know. Look, guys, I've never been on it because that's just not my thing, you know. But, anyways, you can find me on Instagram. That's a safe space. Thank you for sharing my art snack, Pookie. Ooh woo. No worries, big dog or big cow demon. One last time at Kasi Draws. Oops, let's do that in red. Thank you for the raid. Go check her out, dude. She's a very, very underrated streamer. I think Kasi needs a lot more followers and a lot more people watching her, to be quite honest. So I think you guys should get in there and throw her some love, dude. Not too much, though. We need to keep some of the love here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Give her all the love. Okay, that's going down. Is that? Are you a background? I mean, to be fair, I've seen some wild shit on Instagram. Don't squint at me, dude. I'm a clout hungry whore. Okay, that does seem to be going like that, and then where the fuck's my timeline? Oopsies. You deserve to be. Thank you, Queen. I'll never forget you for that. You're too real. I do joke though. I'm not actually that clout hungry. I've kind of given up on growing. That's why I'm doing animation now. Otherwise, I'd be doing illustration. So much more popular on Twitch. Boob. Lift up the animation on Twitch. That's true. I could be like the one guy. Literally. I guess NFT does it too, but I could be the one other guy. I gotta go clean up the rest of my party. You were out partying last night? No, from Friday. I just cleaned up half of it yesterday. I was hungover. Oh, I can 100% relate to that. Stop it, timeline. Where the hell are you? There we go. I hope everyone who celebrated Halloween had a good one. I certainly did. And use safety because kids are scary. There were no kids that came to the apartment I was at yesterday. Oops. My parents are mad at me for not calling them often enough. Just set a timer and call them every now and then. It's like what, a 20 minutes call, 20-minute call. I'm just chilling here. They miss you, dude. You're their little boy. You're their little prince. They want their little NFT back in their life, dude. See, I like the transitional animation. I still don't really like the way the hands are going there. They should be so much faster. Shimmy up. Chat. I think we're gonna raid out. I'm pretty tired. I'm a little bit of an EP boy. I think we're gonna set up the raid. We're gonna go raid into Steve sketches. And yeah. We'll see you guys all tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. And that'll be the next stream. And if you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord so that you can get live notifications. Leaving the second I get here, you came here earlier. You said boob. I saw you. But I appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you all. If you're a part of the raiding crew, thank you for raiding me and lurking here. I appreciate all of you, and I will catch you all tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. Don't forget, the times have changed, so 5:30 p.m. for me might be different if you don't have daylight savings. You know. All right, guys. See ya. Bye bye.